Chapter 9:51. Lin Tian walked out of the pavilion. His killing intent was shocking. With every step he took, the pavilions of the Yi family would shake violently and cracks would appear. The disciples of the Yi family were all shocked, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian's face was gloomy. He used his powerful divine sense to scan the area. He already knew where Li Wanfu and her young son Yi Huaxing were, so he didn't need anyone to lead the way. Soon, under the trembling eyes of the disciples of the Yi family, he arrived in front of a large courtyard in the depths of the Yi family. With his powerful divine sense, he found that Li Wanfu and her young son Yi Huaxing were in this courtyard. "Who are you?" In front of the courtyard, dozens of outstanding disciples of the Yi family were seriously guarding. Every one of them had powerful cultivation. When they saw someone coming, they immediately stepped forward. Their expressions were cold, and the long spears in their hands flickered with cold light. Lin Tian didn't say a word, and his footsteps didn't stop at all. A powerful force surged forward like a hurricane. Bang! 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 The dozens of disciples of the Yi family who were guarding outside the courtyard all vomited blood and were sent flying. They all screamed and couldn't get up for a long time. Lin Tian stepped forward. The main entrance of the courtyard was immediately shattered by the majestic aura around his body. The walls on both sides also collapsed and sand and dust filled the air. He stepped into the courtyard and immediately saw a beautiful middle-aged woman and a 12-year-old boy. It was Li Wanfu and her young son Yi Huaxing. He had seen them before. At the same time, there was a middle-aged man with extraordinary cultivation and vitality. It was obvious that he was Li Wanfu's husband, the current head of the Yi family. "It's you." Li Wanfu saw Lin Tian, and then quickly saw the Wuxing crocodile carrying little Yi Tong behind Lin Tian. She was slightly moved. Beside her, the 12-year-old Yi Huaxing wore a purple robe. His expression was cold as he looked at little Yi Tong on the Wuxing crocodile's back. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer and ridicule. His right eye was crystal clear, clearly different from his left eye. Vicious woman. Behind Lin Tian went old servant who saw Li Wanfu. A look of hatred appeared on his face as he clenched his fists tightly. Li Wanfu's face immediately turned cold. She stared at old Hu and said, "Dog slave, how dare you? How dare you call me that?" At the same time, the head of the Yi family stepped forward with a cold expression. He stared at old servant Hu and said, "Hu Luo, you are too presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you call Wanfu that?" As he spoke, he shifted his gaze and saw Yi Tong on the back of the Wuxing crocodile. Then his gaze landed on Lin Tian, who was at the front of the group. "Also, who are these two people? Did you bring them into the Yi family? Why did you bring Yi Tong out of the attic? What do you want to do?" Bang! Lin Tian's face was gloomy. A violent force radiated from his body and landed on the patriarch of the Yi clan, directly interrupting what he was about to say. With a bang, the patriarch of the Yi clan was knocked dozens of meters away, leaving behind a trail of blood and a miserable cry. 12-year-old Yi Huaxing was shocked. "Father," Li Wanfu's expression changed when she saw her husband being sent flying by Lin Tian. As the head of the Yi family, her husband's cultivation was at the half-step Great Tao realm. But now he was sent flying by Lin Tian so easily. This shocked her. However, in the next moment, her expression turned cold again. Although Lin Tian was powerful, this was the Yi family. In the Yi family, she had no reason to fear Lin Tian. She stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You are so big! Slap!" A loud slap sounded. Lin Tian made his move and sent Li Wanfu flying through the air. Her teeth, mixed with blood, fell out. "Mother!" Yi Huaxing shouted again. Lin Tian's face darkened as he stared at Yi Tong's right eye. That eye clearly belonged to Yi Tong's son eye. It was Yi Tong's god's eye, his disciple's eye. But now it had been dug out and attached to someone else's body. He stared at Yi Tong and stepped forward to take back the gods' eye that belonged to Yi Tong. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. 9 slightly old figures appeared in the courtyard and blocked Lin Tian's path. Shockingly, these 9 people were the supreme elders of the Yi clan of this generation. All of their cultivations were at the Grand Dao realm, and they obviously resided at the side of this courtyard. At this moment, these 9 people blocked Lin Tian's path. When they saw the whooshing crocodile carrying the blind little Yi Tong behind Lin Tian and old servant, Hu, they couldn't help but frown. One of them looked at old servant Hu, frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "Hu Luo, you brought them here? What's going on?" Old servant Hu clasped his hands. "This is little young master's master." As he spoke, old servant Hu looked at Li Wanfu, who was sent flying by Lin Tian, with a face full of hatred. "Little young master's god's eye has been taken away. We can't just let it go. Although it was her senior brother who did it, it must have something to do with her. It must be her fault. We must seek justice for little young master." The 9 Grand Supreme Elders of the Yi family were all moved. They all looked at Lin Tian. Previously, they had heard that Yi Tong had a master, but they had never seen him with their own eyes. Now that they saw him, they were slightly shocked. They all knew why Lin Tian was here. For a moment, the 9 people frowned even more, but then they all shook their heads and sighed. Little Tong offended the True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster and caused his eyes to be gouged out. We're all so heartbroken, but there's nothing we can do. The True Moon Celestial Sect is too powerful. It's not something our Yi family can afford to offend. Little Tong is too careless. One of them spoke. He looked at Li Wanfu and Yi Huasheng and said, "This has nothing to do with Wanfu. Moreover, it was thanks to Wanfu that the True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster left a god's eye to our Yi family. This was all because of his junior sister Wanfu. Otherwise, our Yi family wouldn't even be able to keep a single god's eye. We might even be in trouble." Whooshing Crocodile heard this and immediately laughed angrily. He coldly said, "His True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster's junior sister is married to your Yi family. It can be considered a bit close to your Yi family. Why would he gouge out little Tot's eyes just because he accidentally bumped into him? You old bastards, have you lived for so many years in vain? Can't you figure out such a suspicious thing?" The 9 people of the Yi family heard Whooshing Crocodile call them old things. Their faces sank, but then they sighed again. "You don't know this, but the True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster is very powerful. He's not any weaker than the masters of the top forces in this heaven domain. However, his personality is very strange, and he doesn't care about reason. He only cares about his junior sister. Although his junior sister is married to our Yi family isn't worthy of his attention at all." One of the 9 people shook his head helplessly. The others couldn't help but clench their fists. Clearly, they were very dissatisfied with the True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster and even hated him. Even so, they couldn't do anything because the True Moon Celestial Sect was too powerful. The Yi family couldn't afford to offend them. After this person finished speaking, the 9 great elders of the Yi family no longer cared about Whooshing Crocodile. The leading great elder looked at Lin Tiandao and said, "Since you came for Little Tong, then we won't pursue the matter of hurting our Yi family's disciples and destroying our Yi family's pavilion. Put Little Tong down and go back to where you came from." "No." A sharp voice sounded. In the distance, Li Wanfu, who was slapped away by Lin Tiandao, stood up. There was a clear handprint on her face. She stared viciously at Lin Tiandao and said, "He dared to slap me. We can't let him go. Kill him. And that crocodile demon, and Huluo's dog slave. Kill them all. Don't leave anyone alive." The 9 members of the Yi clan looked troubled. Among them, the Taishang elder looked at Li Wanfu and said, "Wanfu, let's forget about this. After all, he's Little Tong's teacher. He came for little Tong. Now, our Yi clan hasn't suffered any major losses, and you aren't injured either. Let him go. As for Hu Luo, I'll expel him from the Yi clan. Impossible. Li Wanfu stared viciously at Lin Tiandao and the others and said in a sharp voice, "We must kill them!" 9 great elders, he broke into our Yi family, destroyed our Yi family's pavilion, injured our disciples, injured my father, and even injured my mother. If we let him go like this, what will happen to our Yi family's reputation? Yi Huasheng spoke at this time. He was only 12 years old, but he had a precocious aura. He stared coldly at Lin Tiandao. His right eye flashed with divine light. The 9 grand elders of the Yi clan furrowed their brows even more deeply, and the difficult expression on their faces became even more intense. "Why aren't you attacking?" Seeing that the 9 great elders of the Yi family didn't attack Lin Tiandao directly, Li Wanfu screamed even louder. "Don't forget that Yi Tong offended my senior brother. If I wasn't in the Yi family, your Yi family would have been in trouble. There wouldn't be a single divine eye left in the family. Everyone would have been taken away. This is all because of me. Right now, I'm being bullied in the Yi family. If you let the culprit go, I'll immediately take Huasheng back to the True Moon Immortal Sect. If I don't return to the Yi family, your Yi family won't even be able to keep a single divine eye." The 9 great elders of the Yi family were all shocked. Yi Tong's divine eye had been dug out. The Yi family had already suffered a great loss. If Li Wanfu really took Yi Huasheng away, then the Yi family would really lose a single divine eye. This loss was too great. It was the same as cutting off the hope of the Yi family in the future. They couldn't bear this loss. Moreover, if Li Wanfu really took Yi Huasheng back to the True Moon Immortal Sect, with her senior brother's strange personality, the Yi family might suffer because of this. In an instant, the 9 great elders of the Yi family's expressions all became ugly. They couldn't help but clench their fists. Li Wanfu stared at the 9 and screamed, "Why aren't you?" Slap. A loud slap sounded. Lin Tian made his move and slapped Li Wanfu away again. She rolled a few feet away and crashed into a stone pillar. She let out a shrill cry. Then he made his move again. He pulled Li Wanfu in front of him and grabbed her by the neck. His expression was gloomy and his eyes were as cold as swords. "Wanfu, mother." The head of the Yi family and Yi Huasheng couldn't help but scream. At the same time, the 9 great elders of the Yi family also hurriedly said, "Little brother, please have mercy. Let her go. Let go of your mother." Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. Lin Tian grabbed Li Wanfu's neck. His tyrannical divine sense surged, and the yin-yang lotus sea appeared. It directly entered Li Wanfu's sea of consciousness. As she screamed, he forcefully pulled out the divine sense engravings. Instantly, the divine sense engravings appeared in the void and revealed a secret room. Li Wanfu and her son, Yi Huasheng, were in the room. Voices came from the divine sense engravings. "Mother, Yi Tong really has the sun eye? Our ancestors' judgment was correct? It is true. I didn't expect that little bastard to have such a pair of divine eyes. Sun eye?" In the divine sense engravings, the 12-year-old Yi Huasheng clasped his hands together with an envious and jealous expression. His eyes were filled with longing. "If only I had the sun eye too. With my powerful talent and the sun eye, I will definitely be able to stand at the top of the heaven region and become an emperor. Billions of creatures will have to kneel before me." Chapter 952. Images appeared one after another, and voices could be heard from the images. Suddenly, the expressions of the 9 elders of the Yi family changed. The head of the Yi family also trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Clearly, he was unaware of this matter. "Wanfu you. So it was you, TCH. The Wuxing Crocodile was furious. "Vicious woman." Old servant whose face was full of hatred and his eyes were red. Li Wanfu's face turned pale. On the other side, the 12-year-old Li Huasheng also trembled. It's not like that. This is fake. It's fake. He's wrongly accusing me. Ah! Li Wanfu screamed, but in the next moment she screamed again. Lin Tian's expression was gloomy and he acted again. He used the yin-yang lotus sea to pull out more divine sense imprints from Li Wanfu's sea of consciousness and displayed them in the void. This time, the image showed a mountain, and Li Wanfu was standing with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a golden robe and a purple crown. His gaze was somewhat sinister, and a voice could be heard from the image. "Junior sister, are you sure it's really the divine Sun Eye?" "Of course I'm sure. The ancestors of the Yi family used a special secret technique to investigate it. It's definitely the legendary divine Sun Eye. Senior brother, this is an immortal opportunity. If we can get the divine Sun Eye, our descendants will have a more glorious future. Divine Sun Eye. Very good. Very good. Senior brother, that little bastard's parents are not weak. If we want to get the divine Sun Eye, we have to make a good plan first." In the divine sense imprint, Li Wanfu's gaze was sinister. "Junior sister thinks that we have to get rid of that little bastard's parents first." "Of course. Didn't you say that the two of them would leave the family to handle some matters? At that time, I'll send them on their way." In the same divine sense imprint, the middle-aged man sneered. "After that, you can invite me to the Yi family as a guest. At that time, I'll create a small accident and make that Yang kid offend me. Then, I'll have a reason to take his eyes. With the strength of the True Moon sect and my cultivation, the little Yi family won't dare to say anything. After that, I'll leave a divine Sun Eye to his Yi family and give it to nephew Huasheng. The Yi family will be grateful to you. Senior brother." A sinister voice came out from the divine sense engraving, mixed with a sneer and intertwined in every corner of the Yi clan courtyard. Suddenly, the air seemed to have frozen. "Li Wanfu," the Yi family's grand elder's eyes widened in anger, and his Tao body began to tremble like a mad lion. Elder, senior brother, bitch! How could the Yi family marry such a sinister woman like you?" The Yi family's grand elders were so angry that their eyes turned red. They originally thought that little Yi Tong had accidentally offended the True Moon sect leader and had her divine son eye gouged out. They thought that it was because of Li Wanfu that the Yi family managed to keep the divine Sun Eye. Therefore, they were grateful to Li Wanfu. But they didn't expect that this was all part of Li Wanfu's plan. She killed Yi Tong and Qin Lin, then cruelly took Yi Tong's divine Sun Eye. You. The 9 people stared at Li Wanfu with hatred. The Yi family's master trembled and stared at Li Wanfu. He couldn't say a word at this time. Little Yi Tong was on the back of the whooshing crocodile. Her eyes were gouged out and she couldn't see anything, but she could hear. At this time her small body also trembled and she sobbed, "Annie, how could you do this? Father and mother respected you so much. Yi Tong also respected you. Why did you kill father and mother?" The little girl cried. Her voice was very weak and she was very sad. Fresh blood flowed out of her eyes and dyed the white bandage around her red. "You still call her auntie. You bitch." The whooshing crocodile was furious. He suppressed his anger and released a gentle demonic power to cover the little girl. He stopped the bleeding and, at the same time, treated the little girl's weak body. "Sinister woman, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death." Old servant who stared at Li Wanfu and his eyes were about to pop out. He was a servant of the Yi family, but Yi Qing and Qin Lin never saw him as a servant. Little Yi Tong was also very respectful to him. Sometimes he even felt that little Yi Tong was like his grandson. He loved little Yi Tong very much. Now that Li Wanfu plotted to kill Yi Tong and Qin Lin and gouged out Yi Tong's sun god's eye, he wanted to eat Li Wanfu alive. Li Wanfu's face turned pale. The truth had been exposed, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. However, Her expression soon turned ferocious again. She screamed, "Yes, I did it. So what?" She stared at Yi Tong with a cruel gaze. "Why does this little bastard have the legendary son Ai? Why? He doesn't deserve it. Only my son is worthy of this divine Ai. You." The 9 elders of the Yi family became even more furious. They were so angry that their bodies started to tremble. Lin Tian's face was gloomy. Choking Li Wanfu's neck, he directly raised his hand and punched her in the stomach. "Pooh! Ah!" Li Wanfu let out a shrill scream. Her stomach was directly punched through by Lin Tian's fist. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. At this time, the fierceness on her face disappeared and was replaced by pain and fear. She struggled madly. "Wanfu! Mother!" The Yi family's master and the 12-year-old Li Huasheng both changed their expressions. The Yi family's master staggered forward and looked at Lin Tian with pleading eyes. "Little brother, please be merciful and let Wanfu go this time, please." Bang! Lin Tian released a powerful force from his body and directly sent the Yi family's master flying. Blood splattered all over the sky. He turned his head again and stared at Li Wanfu. The sword in his right hand spat out and mercilessly pierced through her left eye. "Ah, my eye!" Li Wanfu let out a shrill scream and struggled even more violently in Lin Tian's hand. Blood flowed out of her left eye and dyed half of her face red. For a moment, the 9 elders of the Yi family trembled. Lin Tian stared coldly at Li Wanfu. "Gouge out my disciple's eyes. You should also have a taste of losing your eyes." The sword in his right hand was still spitting out. He attacked again and mercilessly pierced through Li Wanfu's last eye. "Ah!" Li Wanfu screamed, and her voice became even more shrill. "Eyes! My eyes!" Li Wanfu screamed. Her entire face was dyed red with blood. She looked like a malicious spirit. Lin Tian's face was emotionless and even a little cruel. He attacked again and grabbed Li Wanfu's right arm. He twisted it and tore her right hand off. Blood splattered all over the sky. "Ah!" Li Wanfu screamed. Her eyes were pierced through, and her neck was grabbed by Lin Tian. She could only kick her legs in pain. "Save me! Save me!" Lin Tian attacked again. The sword in his right hand slashed through and chopped off Li Wanfu's left hand. It was thrown far away. "Ah!" Li Wanfu let out an even more shrill scream. She was covered in blood and looked like a vengeful spirit that had crawled out of hell. Lin Tian's face was cold. He released his grip on Li Wanfu's neck and kicked her dozens of feet away. Li Wanfu rolled far away. She was covered in blood and stained the ground red. Her body twitched slightly. Her blood-stained face was full of fear and despair. My eyes, my hand. Such a scene was somewhat frightening and cruel. Even the 9 grand elders of the Yi clan, who had lived for many years, revealed fear in their eyes at this moment. Their bodies could not help but tremble. "Wanfu!" The head of the Yi family struggled to stand up and ran towards Li Wanfu. Clang! 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 It was also at this moment that the ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out. In the sky, the dense golden sword slashed down like rain and drowned Li Wanfu. Blood and dust splattered all over the sky. When the dust settled, there was a large crater. Li Wanfu had completely disappeared, leaving behind only some flesh and blood in the crater. Lin Tian's golden sword rain had cut her into pieces. Immediately, the head of the Yi family's face changed. The 12-year-old Yi Huasheng trembled violently. The 9 elders of the Yi family also changed their expressions. Li Wanfu was dead. Dead. She's finally dead. This vicious woman is finally dead. She deserved to die. She deserved to die. Old servant who clenched his fists. Whooshing crocodile's eyes were cold. That F*** be * teach. We let her off too easily. We should let her live a life worse than death. Lin Tian's face was cold. At this moment, he stared at Li Huasheng and stepped forward. Yi Tong's son, I had been attached to Li Huasheng's body. He wanted to take it back. When the 9 grand elders of the Yi family saw Lin Tian walking towards Li Huasheng at this moment, they were all shocked. In an instant, all of them moved and blocked in front of Yi Huasheng. "Little brother, what are you doing?" The leader of the elders said. "I'm taking back what belongs to Yi Tong." Lin Tian's voice was cold. Hearing this, the expressions of the 9 supreme elders of the Yi clan changed a little. "Little brother, you mustn't. This sun eye has already fused with Huasheng's body. If you take it out now, it will greatly damage the divine eye. With little Tong's current condition, he can no longer nourish the divine eye. Even if you take it back, it will be useless. It will be destroyed for no reason. Although this is very unfair to little Tong, the Yi family only has one divine eye left. We can't let it be damaged. Little brother, please be magnanimous and let Huasheng go. Let this divine eye remain in Huasheng's body. As for little Tong, we will do our best to compensate him. Don't worry." The 9 elders of the Yi family were very anxious. Lin Tian's face was cold. He only said one word, "Scram!" With a boom, a majestic force rippled out from his body. It was like a raging wave that swept across all directions. Bang! 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 The 9 elders of the Yi family were sent flying, each of them coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Even if something that belongs to my disciple is destroyed, it still belongs to my disciple. No one else has the right to possess it. His voice was bone-chilling. However, although he said that, he was absolutely confident that he could return Yi Tong's sun eye intact. This was because he had the medicine encyclopedia of the master, apothecary, one of the 9 heavenly sovereigns. With this flawless alchemy encyclopedia and his current cultivation level, he could guarantee that the sun eye would not be damaged at all. Chapter 953. Lin Tian's aura was very cold and somewhat oppressive. He walked towards Li Huasheng, causing Li Huasheng to involuntarily tremble. This damned brat is also not a good person. He even participated in this. Once we retrieve the divine eye, kill him. Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as ice. He stepped forward step by step. Light intertwined in his right hand as he activated a divine technique from the medicine cannon. At the same time, dragon patterns appeared. "Young man, stop." Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. An old man in a black robe appeared in the courtyard. His blood energy was shockingly dense. "Old ancestor." The 9 grand elders of the Yi family were shocked by Lin Tian's strength. Just his aura alone was enough to repel the 9 of them. At this time, when they saw the old ancestor of their bloodline appear, they couldn't help but cry out in unison. At the same time, they also let out a sigh of relief. "Old ancestor." The patriarch of the Yi family also called out. The Yi family's old ancestor was dressed in a black robe. He swept his gaze over the courtyard. He glanced at Li Huasheng, then looked at little Yi Tong on Wuxing Crocodile's back. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. He sighed. This old man already knows what happened here. The main culprit is Li Wanfu. Since you've already killed her, then you should stop. If you take the divine eye from Huasheng's body again, it will really cause the divine eye to be damaged or even destroyed. My Yi family can't bear this. Lin Tian stared at the Yi family's old ancestor. Your Yi family can't bear this. His gaze was cold and his words were icy. Your Yi family can't bear this. But my disciples should bear this kind of pain? You deserve to have your eyes dug out and live in darkness. The ancestor of the Yi family sighed and took a deep breath. He looked at Yi Tong on the back of the Wuxing Crocodile and said, "I know that this is very cruel and unfair to little Tong, but in order to protect the divine eye and for the future prosperity of the Yi family, I can only let little Tong down." He looked at Lin Tian and said, "Young man, please stop. In the end, this is a matter of the Yi family." Lin Tian's face turned even colder, and a violent aura suddenly burst out of his body. Boom! Golden divine light surged around his body. For a moment, a gale swept through, causing the entire Yi family to shake. At the same time, with him as the epicenter, the surface of the Yi family continued to crumble. Cracks spread out like a spiderweb. In an instant, everyone's countenance changed. The 9 great Tao realm grand elders from the Yi family felt a chill run down their spines. Even someone as powerful as the Yi family's old ancestor, who was half a step into the Enlightenment realm, had a drastic change in expression at this moment. At this moment, the pressure that Lin Tian emitted was too terrifying. It was as if a primordial ferocious beast had awoken from its slumber. That kind of peerless pressure made everyone's hearts palpitate. It was as if the grim reaper from hell had grabbed their necks. Ka! 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 The terrifying divine might was vast and mighty. Golden divine light trembled, and the ancient buildings near the Yi family continuously cracked open. "You have something to do with the Yi family." Lin Tian's voice was bone-chilling. The divine eye that belonged to Yi Tong was dug out and connected to someone else. You people surrounded and protected the person who received the divine eye of Yi Tong and gave her an independent courtyard. Dozens of outstanding disciples of the Yi family stood guard outside the courtyard, and the 9 grand elders personally stayed near the courtyard to guard it. Meanwhile, little Yi Tong, who had her divine eye dug out, was placed in an ice-cold loft by you people. Other than a loyal servant, no one else cared about her. "This is what your Yi family has done." He stared at the old ancestor, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Do you believe that I won't directly destroy your Yi family?" Boom! Outside his body, the golden divine light surged even more, causing the Yi family to shake even more violently. It was as if the entire place would collapse at any moment. The Yi family's old ancestor's expression changed again. At this time, the aura outside Lin Tian's body became even more terrifying. Even the old ancestor, who was half a step away from enlightenment, felt his heart palpitate. The 9 supreme elders of the Yi clan were even more astounded. No matter what, they had never imagined that Yi Tong's master would actually be so terrifying. At this moment, they were on the verge of being unable to stand properly under such imposing aura. "Old ancestor." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Behind the Yi family's old ancestor, the 12-year-old Li Huaxing stared at Lin Tian and spoke with a sinister expression. He said coldly, "Old ancestor, I saw his cultivation clearly. He's at the 9th heaven of the great Tao. His cultivation isn't as high as yours, but his aura is more powerful." Godly rays intertwined in his right eye, giving off an illusory feeling. "My right eye can see through many things. It can help the grand ancestor disintegrate his aura and skills, including divine arts and secret arts. Grand ancestor, let's kill him together. Let's kill him and avenge my mother." The Yi family's old ancestor and the 9 grand elders of the Yi family all looked at Li Huaxing and his right eye. Then they were all shocked. They could clearly see divine light surging in his right eye. This child has already fused with this divine eye to perfection. He can use this divine eye now. One of the Yi family's grand elders couldn't help but ask. Even the Yi family's old ancestor was shocked. He stared at Yi Huaxing's right eye and felt a shocking divine power converging within it. At this time, he even felt as if he had become transparent under this eye. It was as if everything about him had been seen through. Staring at Yi Huaxing's right eye, he fell into deep thought. Then he looked at Lin Tian and said, "Young man, since things have already come to this, you should stop and leave. This is my Yi family's matter. I don't want to mess things up any further. I won't pursue the matter of you barging into my Yi family." He looked at Yi Tong, who was on Wuxing Crocodile's back, and said, As for little Tong, don't worry. I will find another eye for him later. In the future, I won't let him suffer any more grievances." Wuxing Crocodile was instantly enraged. His demonic energy surged, and his killing intent was revealed. "Find your mother. Do you want to die, old thing?" Lin Tian's eyes were cold. At this time, he had become somewhat heartless. He stared coldly at the Yi family's old ancestor. Behind the Yi family's old ancestor, the light in Yi Huaxing's right eye intertwined. Suddenly he shouted, "Old ancestor, be careful. He's making his move. He's coming straight at you." Whoosh! The sound of something breaking rang out. Lin Tian's figure instantly appeared in front of the Yi family's old ancestor. His eyes were emotionless. The Yi family's old ancestor trembled violently. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. He didn't see how Lin Tian moved at all. Even with Yi Huaxing's Eye of the Sun's warning, he still couldn't react in time. His expression changed greatly. "You want to, clang." The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, shattering the large space. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bloody holes appeared in the Yi family's old ancestor's chest. His internal organs were completely penetrated. Then, with a bang, he was flung several hundred meters away by a powerful force. Dazzling blood splattered all over the sky. Old ancestor! The 9 grand elders of the Yi family were terrified. They were the strongest of their generation in the Yi family. They were at the half-step enlightenment realm. However, at this moment, with Li Huaxing's divine Eye of the Sun's warning, they couldn't even block Lin Tian's attack. In fact, the 9 of them couldn't even see Lin Tian's movements. They didn't even see Lin Tian make a move at all. How is this possible? How can he be so strong when he's at the 9th heaven of the great Tao? It shouldn't be. The 9 of them were terrified. At this moment, Lin Tian's strength made them terrified. It gave birth to a real sense of fear. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. Killing intent intertwined around his body as he stepped toward Yi Huaxing. Yi Huaxing trembled. His eyes were also filled with fear. Although he had the divine Eye of the Sun and could see many things clearly, he could even see Lin Tian's movements. However, his cultivation was too weak. He couldn't do anything when facing Lin Tian. "You don't come over. Don't come over." He trembled when he saw Lin Tian walking toward him. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Before he even got close to Li Huaxing, a strong force swept out and landed heavily on Li Huaxing's body. Suddenly, Li Huaxing was sent flying. He crashed into a stone pillar in the distance with a bang. The clear sound of bones cracking could be heard. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth as he let out an ear-piercing scream. He struggled for a long time, but couldn't stand up. Huaxing, the 9 supreme elders of the Yi family, changed their expressions. They all rushed out and stood in front of Lin Tian. "Little brother, please stop. If this goes on, our Yi family won't be able to keep a single divine eye. Stop it," the leader of the supreme elders shouted. "Get lost," Lin Tian said. His voice was emotionless. Golden, sword light swept out in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere. The 9 supreme elders of the Yi family were sent flying hundreds of feet away like the ancestors of the Yi family. They all coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The auras they exuded had all weakened. His gaze was cold, icy, and cruel. He closed in on Yi Huaxing step by step. With every step, the ground beneath his feet would crumble. The shocking killing intent seemed to want to crush everything. In the blink of an eye, he stepped in front of Yi Huaxing, who had been sent flying by him. Yi Huaxing trembled. He stared at Lin Tian, who had appeared in front of him. Divine light surged in his right eye. He was incomparably terrified. "Little brother, please have mercy on him." At this time, the head of the Yi family staggered over from afar. He stood in front of Yi Huaxing, his body trembling. He looked at Lin Tian with a pleading expression. I beg you, little brother. You've already killed Wan Fu. You've avenged Yi Tong. Just let Huashen go. He's already had his eyes replaced once. If you take away his sun eye now, he'll only have one eye left. Even if you find another eye, it'll be very difficult to replace it. He's still only a child. If he loses one eye, what will he do in the future? I beg you, just let him go. I beg you. His sun eye. Lin Tian's killing intent surged. This is Yi Tong's divine eye. When did it become Yi Huasheng's sun eye? He stared at the patriarch of the Yi family with a bone-chilling gaze. And you, the husband, is responsible for his wife's misdeeds, and the father's fault for not teaching his son well. Your wife and son colluded to dig out Yi Tong's divine eye, and now you still dare to stand before me and beg for mercy. His killing intent surged. He raised his right hand, and the silver Tao diagram of the 4 divisions appeared. It directly enveloped the head of the Yi family. You're also guilty. His voice was cruel. Chapter 954. Lin Tian was truly furious. It had been a long time since he had been this angry. The first disciple that he had just taken in was still chubby 2 months ago. She picked fruits for him, massaged his legs, and fetched water for him. She was lively and adorable. But now, 2 months later, her divine eye had been taken away. Her chubby body was frail and sickly, and she looked as if she would die at any moment. Meanwhile, the people of the Yi family had placed the little fellow, whose divine eye had been taken away, in an ice-cold loft by herself. They had surrounded and protected the person who had taken the little fellow's divine eye. Now, even though these people knew the truth, they were all trying to stop him from taking back the divine eye that belonged to Yi Tong. Every one of them claimed that it was Yi Huasheng's sun eye. The fury in his chest was like a raging sea. Get out of my way! A powerful force rushed out of his body and pushed the Yi family's patriarch away. Then he grabbed Yi Huasheng with his left hand. Yi Huasheng trembled. Divine light intertwined in his right eye. His face was full of fear. No. Don't take my eye out. Lin Tian's expression was cold. Divine light intertwined in his right hand. The pharmacopoeia's divine art manifested. Dragon patterns also appeared. Little brother, stop! The Yi family's patriarch rushed back from afar. His injured body had already been healed. At the same time, the 9 grand elders of the Yi family had also recovered from their injuries. They all ran back. Little brother, you can't. You'll damage the divine eye. The Yi family only has 1 sun eye left. Little brother, please be merciful. This will really damage the divine eye. The 9 grand elders of the Yi family cried out. They all ran towards Lin Tian together with the Yi family's patriarch. Boom! Lin Tian grabbed Yi Huasheng with his left hand. The aura around his body became even more violent. A destructive wave spread out. Clang! 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 An ear-piercing sword hum reverberated through the air as thousands of sword gleams shot out from within his body, circling around him like war generals. Every single one of them gave off a shockwave that could annihilate all living things. Every single one of them was so terrifying that it caused the Yi family's ancestor and the 9 grand elders to stop in their tracks as they trembled involuntarily. Don't force me to kill you. His voice was cold. Berserk auras intertwined around his body, creating gusts of hurricanes. At the same time, an extremely cold killing intent also spread out, causing the half-step enlightenment stage Yi family ancestor to tremble violently as fear surfaced in his eyes. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as she stared at Yi Huasheng. The light in her right hand intertwined, and the dragon patterns wrapped around Yi Tong's eye of the sun, Yi Huasheng, trembled even more intensely. His 12-year-old face was completely covered with fear. No, don't! Pooh! Ah! Lin Tian used the divine arts of the medicine canon and the dragon patterns to retrieve Yi Tong's eye of the sun from Yi Huasheng's body. Blood splashed everywhere, and Yi Huasheng screamed miserably. More than half of his face was dyed red. Lin Tianyi waved his hand and threw Yi Huasheng away. Then he took out a jade container from the stone ring. The container was filled with a transparent liquid. It was the pool water he obtained from the soul-absorbing pool in the fourth heaven. This pool water contained the fragments of the great Tao. It was a rare treasure that could even heal Tao injuries. At this moment, he wanted to use it to temporarily nourish Yi Tong's Eye of the Sun. This precious immortal liquid was the most suitable for nourishing the Eye of the Sun. At the same time, he also cast more than a dozen divine arts of the medicine canon on the Eye of the Sun, and surrounded it with dragon patterns to ensure that the Eye of the Sun would remain intact. He carefully placed the Eye of the Sun in the immortal liquid, then sealed the mouth of the container with dragon patterns again. Only then did he carefully put it away. For now, he only retrieved one of little Yi Tong's Eyes of the Sun. He can't reconnect it for the time being. He needs to find both Eyes of the Sun and heal little Yi Tong's body to a certain extent. Only then can he use the medicine canon's divine arts and other divine arts to reconnect the Eye of the Sun, putting away the jade container. He stared at Yi Huasheng again. Kill him. This son of a bitch is also involved in this. He is one of the culprits. Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his right hand, and the sword lights around him roared, all aimed at Yi Huasheng. Yi Huasheng only had one eye left. At this time he screamed. Seeing Lin Tian staring at him again, he was extremely frightened. Little brother, don't. Don't. The Yi clan's patriarch staggered as he ran over. His entire person seemed to have weakened a lot. He once again blocked in front of Yi Huasheng, and just like before, his face was filled with a pleading expression. Do a good deed, do a good deed. Don't kill him, just let him go. He's really just an ignorant child, I beg you. Lin Tian stared at the head of the Yi family, his eyes full of anger. Ignorant child. Look at the divine sense imprint I pulled out from Li Wanfu's sea of consciousness. How is he an ignorant child? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the one who gave Li Wanfu the idea of stealing Yi Tong's Eye of the Sun. Previously, when I brought little Yi Tong to this courtyard, he stared at the blind Yi Tong with a cold and mocking smile. Do you think I didn't see it? He's so dark and vicious. And you're telling me that he's just an ignorant child. His voice was full of anger. Kill him. Wuxing Crocodile spoke again. The originally lively and adorable little Yi Tong's parents were killed, and his divine eye was cruelly taken away. Now he was sickly and lived in the darkness. Whether it was Lin Tian or little Yi Tong, they were both incomparably furious. Lin Tian stared at Yi Huasheng again. The Ling Tian killing sword around his body hummed loudly, each one terrifying. No, don't, little brother. Please let Huasheng go. I'm willing to die for him. I beg you. I beg you. The head of the Yi family begged. He knelt in front of Lin Tian and kowtowed repeatedly. Lin Tian's chest was full of anger, and his killing intent was boundless. However, when he saw the head of the Yi family begging, the head of the Yi family kneeling in front of him, and the head of the Yi family willing to give up his life for his son, he was more or less moved. The killing sword by his side vibrated and did not fall. Little brother, you just let Huasheng live. He's only 12 years old. The patriarch of the Yi family spoke up. The 9 grand elders of the Yi family also spoke up, begging Lin Tian to let Yi Huasheng go. Master, don't kill little brother. Little Yi Tong's weak voice came from behind. The little guy was very sensible and kind. Although he couldn't see, he could hear and catch many things with great difficulty. Wuxing Crocodile was furious. However, at this time, because the little girl had spoken up, it did not say anything. Lin Tian looked at little Yi Tong behind him, then looked at the Yi clan patriarch who was kneeling in front of him and kowtowing incessantly. Flames of fury intertwined in his eyes. After a long while, The killing swords around him finally dispersed one by one. He stared at the head of the Yi family. "I've crippled your cultivation. Just take it that you've taken the blame for your son." He raised his head again and looked at Yi Huasheng, who was standing behind the head of the Yi family. "I won't kill him. However, I'm going to deprive him of his ability to cultivate." He raised his hand. With a buzz, the silver Tao diagram of the 4 divisions appeared and quickly entered Yi Huasheng's body. Amidst Yi Huasheng's screams, a corner of the seal on his life source was shattered. At the same time, Yi Huasheng's current cultivation base was crippled, so he would never be able to step onto the path of cultivation again. He could only live out the rest of his life as a mortal. The head of the Yi family trembled. Tears fell from his eyes as he kowtowed to Lin Tian. "Thank you, little brother. Thank you." He knew very well that Lin Tian was already doing him a great favor by not killing Yi Huasheng and depriving him of his ability to cultivate. Lin Tian did not say anything else. He turned around and walked over to little Yi Tong, who was being carried by Wuxing Crocodile. "Master." Although little Yi Tong could no longer see, she could sense that Lin Tian was beside her. Her little hand grabbed at the air, and only after a while did she manage to touch Lin Tian's sleeve. Lin Tian gazed at the little fellow tenderly and gently rubbed her head. "Be good. Once Master retrieves your other divine eye and stabilizes your body, I'll reconnect your divine eye. Then you'll be able to see again." He spoke gently. The little fellow nodded obediently as she sat on Wuxing Crocodile's back. Lin Tian rubbed the little fellow's head again, then nodded at Wuxing Crocodile and walked out of the Yi family. "Little brother, where are you taking little Tong?" In the courtyard, the Yi family's patriarch couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. His voice was cold. "From now on, he has nothing to do with the Yi family. His name is Yi Tong, and he's just my disciple, Lin Tian." The Yi family's patriarch and the others trembled violently when they heard this. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't find the words. "Let's go," Lin Tian said to Wuxing Crocodile. Then they walked out of the Yi family together. Old servant who glanced at the Yi family's patriarch and the others. He didn't stay behind. He followed behind Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile and walked out as well. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile walked through the Yi family. Little Yi Tong sat on Wuxing Crocodile's back. Her eyes were covered by a white bandage. The bandage was stained with blood. As they walked out of the Yi family, they passed by many Yi family disciples. When they saw little Yi Tong wrapped in white bandage, many of the Yi family disciples didn't look too happy. "Young master." These ordinary disciples of the Yi family were very fond of little Yi Tong. At this moment, some of them were muttering to themselves. They wanted to go up to her, but in the end they didn't. Their expressions were gloomy as they watched from afar. Lin Tianyi didn't say a word. He walked out of the Yi family with Wuxing Crocodile carrying little Yi Tong. They quickly left the Yi family's perimeter. Old servant who followed behind them. Not long after, the group reached a fork in the road. There were many plants near the fork, and the air was very fresh. Lin Tian looked at old servant who and said, "Elder, let's part ways for now. Little Yi Tong will follow me from now on. I will take good care of her." Chapter 955. Old servant who listened to Lin Tian and nodded. He had seen Lin Tian's power and terror with his own eyes. Even a half-step enlightened Yi family ancestor could not block one move from Lin Tian. Now that little Yi Tong was with Lin Tian, he could rest assured without any worries. He looked at little Yi Tong, then looked at Lin Tian. He paused and asked, "Little young master's other eye." Lin Tian's power was terrifying, but little Yi Tong's other eye was with the powerful True Moon Immortal Sect. Before they parted ways, he really wanted to know if he could get his other eye back. "No one can keep what belongs to my disciple," Lin Tian Ondao said. His voice was indifferent and carried a strong sense of confidence. It was also mixed with a cold killing intent. Old servant, who trembled, then nodded heavily. He looked at little Yi Tong and said, "Little young master, I will leave now. In the future, your master will take good care of you. No matter where you are, I will always pray for you." Little Yi Tong couldn't see. Her little hand was grasping in the air. Old servant, who quickly walked over and held little Yi Tong's hand. "Uncle Hu, you have to be well," the little guy said, with Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile continuously using their divine power and demon power to heal the little guy's body. The little guy's spirit was much better now. He was no longer as weak as before. Old servant, whose eyes were filled with tears. He nodded and stepped back. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "Little brother, I will leave little young master to you in the future." Lin Tian did not say anything. He nodded silently. Old servant, who thanked him and stepped back a few feet. He bowed in Lin Tian's direction and looked at little Yi Tong reluctantly. Then he turned and left. He will not return to the Yi family. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian was very clear about this. His cultivation is not weak. He is strong enough to travel the world alone. With that, he rubbed little Yi Tong's head tenderly and said to Wuxing Crocodile, "Let's go to the True Moon Immortal Sect." The little guy's other eye was taken to the True Moon Immortal Sect. He would not waste any time and wanted to get the divine eye back. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. He was very familiar with this heaven domain. He immediately carried little Yi Tong and headed northwest. The True Moon Immortal Sect, Dark Heart Sword Sect, and Mo Yuan Palace are on par with the three sections. They belong to the third level of power in this heaven domain. For generations, there are around 6 Wu Zhan level cultivators in each generation. The strongest has never exceeded the second sky of Wu Zhan level. They are at the top of the third level in this heaven domain. It said. Lin Tian nodded and followed Wuxing Crocodile. They stepped on the void and headed northwest of this heaven domain. Wuxing Crocodile used his beast power to protect little Yi Tong. The man and crocodile were very fast. Soon, they appeared in front of a big mountain. As far as the eye could see, the mountain was extremely tall, and it was surrounded by strands of white mist. There was a crimson rock path that extended all the way to the peak of the mountain. All sorts of immortal plants stood tall and straight on it, and one could faintly see numerous magnificent and tall palaces. The True Moon Immortal Sect is up there, Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian's eyes were a bit cold. He let Wuxing Crocodile follow behind him and walked straight to the crimson rock path. The path to the top of the True Moon Immortal Sect was not steep, but it was very long. There were more than 10 disciples guarding the path. They were all very energetic. The weakest was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness realm. The leader was at the Zephyr realm. Lin Tian walked forward. The True Moon Immortal Sect disciples guarding outside immediately frowned and looked over. "Where did you come from? Don't you know this is the True Moon Immortal Sect? How dare you come so close? Do you want to die?" The leader said coldly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He walked forward step by step. These ordinary disciples of the True Moon Immortal Sect were not in his eyes at all. Still not stopping. "Courting death. Take him down." The True Moon Immortal Sect disciples guarding here became serious. They all held their spears and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He didn't even look at these people. The divine might in his body spread out and turned into a ripple. The dozen or so people were sent flying while coughing up blood. None of them could stand up again. He didn't change his pace. He walked up the crimson rock path step by step. With each step, the crimson rock path of the True Moon Immortal Sect would shatter, destroyed by his murderous intent and aura. Who dares to break into the True Moon Immortal Sect? Stop! Along the crimson rock path, there were many powerful disciples of the True Moon Immortal Sect. When they saw Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile carrying little Yi Tong, coming from outside the sect, their eyes turned cold. They immediately attacked and shot out rays of murderous intent. However, these rays were too weak for Lin Tian right now. Lin Tian didn't move at all. These rays of murderous intent crumbled outside of his body, unable to withstand his powerful aura. At the same time, this aura began to spread outwards, turning into an invisible force. It pushed away all the True Moon Immortal Sect disciples along the way. They all coughed up blood and couldn't get up for a long time. In the blink of an eye, he was in front and Whooshing Crocodile was behind him. They had truly entered the True Moon Immortal Sect. At this time, inside the True Moon Immortal Sect, there were many tall immortal plants flowing with light. Many tall palaces shone with immortal splendor. An immortal aura intertwined in the air. The spirit energy in the air was very dense. Whoosh! 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 Lin Tianyi's arrival naturally alarmed some of the true experts of the True Moon Immortal Sect. At this time, more than 10 half-step Dao Realm deacons rushed out with powerful immortal weapons in their hands. How dare you barge into the True Moon Immortal Sect like this? Take him down. No need, kill him on the spot. At this time, many disciples of the True Moon Immortal Sect rushed out and surrounded Lin Tian. Their expressions were cold. Someone actually dared to swagger into their sect like this. Take his head, a powerful deacon said coldly. Immediately, these deacons attacked mercilessly, all aiming for Lin Tian's vitals. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Get out of my way. Boom. With him as the center, a violent aura surged out, and an invisible force swept out in all directions like raging waves. Bang! 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 The dozens of deacons of the True Moon Immortal Sect who were charging at him were all blown away by the force, coughing up blood. For a moment, the other disciples of the True Moon Immortal Sect trembled. These deacons are all half-step Dao Realm cultivators, but they're defeated with just their aura. How is this possible? The disciples of the True Moon Immortal Sect were shocked. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His powerful spirit sense enveloped the entire True Moon Celestial Sect. In the next moment, he looked towards the east of the True Moon Celestial Sect and walked down. That's where the hierarch is. He seems to be teaching the young hierarch personally. We can't let this bastard disturb him. Many disciples of the True Moon Immortal Sect were shocked and attacked together. Instantly, beams of powerful killing light intertwined. All the disciples of the True Moon Immortal Sect attacked together. There were more than 100 powerful techniques, all of which pressed toward Lin Tian, shattering a large area of space. Lin Tian didn't dodge. His eyes were cold. Only the golden light around him surged and spread out with him as the center. Whoosh! 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 The techniques of the True Moon Immortal Sect disciples were all crushed. Then they were all sent flying by the divine light. The sound of bones breaking, blood coughing, and screams resounded throughout the entire True Moon Immortal Sect. In fact, this was Lin Tian being merciful. Even though he was filled with killing intent because the True Moon Immortal Sect's leader had dug out Yi Tong's eyes, he would not casually kill an ordinary True Moon Immortal Sect's disciple. Otherwise, when he walked up from the foot of the True Moon Immortal Sect's mountain, this sect would already be filled with corpses. Not a single person who saw him survived. He stared at the east of the sect with cold eyes. A killing sword rushed out of his body and slashed forward. Clang! For a moment, the piercing sound of the sword resounded. The pavilions in front were all destroyed. A huge sword mark appeared on the ground, and a straight path to the east appeared. Immediately, the surrounding disciples of the True Moon Immortal Sect trembled in fear. Someone trembled and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. He was stunned by Lin Tian's peerless sword. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He walked 100 meters in one step. Golden sword light surrounded his body. Wherever he went, he killed all the disciples of the True Moon Immortal sect. Soon he appeared in a pagoda tree forest. There was a young man in a black shirt and a middle-aged man in a golden robe. The young man in the black shirt was about 20 years old. He was full of vitality, and his left eye was crystal clear. The middle-aged man was wearing a purple crown. His eyes were gloomy and majestic. He was teaching the young man in the black shirt how to adapt to his left eye. Damn it, I found it. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the young man in the black shirt and then at the middle-aged man in the golden robe. His eyes were full of coldness. When he was still in the Yi family, Lin Tian pulled out many spiritual imprints from Li Wanfu's sea of consciousness. Among them was the appearance of the True Moon Immortal sect's leader, who dug out little Yi Tong's eyes. It was the middle-aged man in the golden robe in front of him. At this time, the young man in the black shirt next to the middle-aged man was obviously this person's son. His left eye contained divine light, which was obviously different from his right eye. It was little Yi Tong's other sun eye. The True Moon Immortal sect's leader and the young man in the black shirt also noticed that Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile had entered this place. They both looked over. Then the True Moon Immortal sect's leader stared at little Yi Tong on Whooshing Crocodile's back. His gloomy eyes showed some surprise. "Yan Ai brat, it's you." "How?" "Swoosh." With a cracking sound, Lin Tian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the True Moon Immortal sect's leader. The True Moon Immortal sect's leader's expression changed. "You." He was half a step away from the Enlightenment realm, and his cultivation was very strong. However, at this time he was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. He didn't see how Lin Tian moved at all. Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He grabbed the right arm of the True Moon Immortal sect's leader with his left hand. The sword light in his right hand shot out and pierced through the right eye of the True Moon Immortal sect's leader. Chapter 956. Blood splashed in the air. The True Moon's leader screamed and struggled violently in Lin Tian's hands. However, he couldn't break free, no matter how hard he tried. Lin Tian's left hand was stuck in his body like a holy weapon. His struggle was useless. "Father!" The young man in black was shocked and angry. At the same time, the elders of the True Moon Immortal sect were informed that an enemy had broken in. They all rushed here. There were more than 10 of them, and they were all in the Grand Path realm. They were all shocked when they saw the scene. Their powerful leader, who was half a step into the Enlightenment realm, was suppressed by a young cultivator who had broken into their sect. One of his eyes was pierced through. "Ah!" The True Moon's leader screamed. Blood dyed half of his face red. "Who are you?" He screamed and roared. Half of his blood-stained face was filled with ruthlessness and viciousness. Monstrous divine power erupted from his body. Blood-red light shot up into the sky and turned into a beam of light. He tried to break free from Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian's left hand grabbed the True Moon's leader's left arm. He pressed down hard, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. "Gouge out my disciples' eyes. Who do you think I am?" His voice was cold. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it into the True Moon's leader's abdomen. The True Moon's leader's body was immediately penetrated. Moreover, a terrifying fist energy turned into a killing light and penetrated his body, bringing out a large amount of blood. The True Moon's leader screamed. The blood-red divine power that emerged from his body was immediately annihilated. He was shocked, angry, and frightened. "You're that little bastard's master!" Clang! The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. The golden sword light in Lin Tian's right hand pierced mercilessly into the last eye of the True Moon's leader. "Ah!" The True Moon's leader screamed. Both of his eyes were destroyed by Lin Tian. Blood dyed his entire face red. Moreover, What made him panic and fear the most was that he was at the half-step enlightenment stage. Even if his body was shattered until only a drop of blood was left, he could still reform it. However, at this time, Lin Tian had destroyed his eyes and he was unable to reform them, completely losing his sight. What did you do?" he said in fear. "Father," the black-clothed young man shouted. At the same time, the True Moon Immortal Cult's great Tao Realm elders were furious. "How dare you, thief! How dare you!" someone roared. For a time, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh sounds kept on ringing out as over 10 great Tao Realm elders moved simultaneously, charging out toward Lin Tian. Now, their sect leader was being held captive by Lin Tian in their own sect. How could they remain indifferent? Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at the dozen or so people rushing over. His gaze was as cold as a sword. Boom! Outside his body, golden divine light boiled, and a violent aura surged out. Shocking murderous intent intertwined and turned into a shocking hurricane that swept out. It immediately caused the dozen or so great path cultivators who were charging forward to tremble violently. At this moment, over 10 great Tao Realm experts stopped in their tracks. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They were shocked by the violent aura and violent killing intent that Lin Tian emitted. It was as if they were facing an unparalleled killing god. Lin Tian stared at these people with a bone-chilling gaze. "I'll kill whoever comes forward." For a time, the dozen or so great Tao Realm experts trembled again. When they met Lin Tian's icy gaze, all of them felt as if their hearts were being grabbed by someone and would be crushed at any moment. Some of them even broke out in cold sweat involuntarily. Lin Tian tilted his head, and his gaze landed on True Moon's sect leader again. His gaze was very cruel. "In terms of methods, I have plenty of them. I won't let you die so easily. You can slowly experience all the pain in the world." His voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand slightly. Elixir flames intertwined, turning into an ancient seal that fiercely imprinted itself on True Moon's sect leader's chest. Instantly, True Moon's sect leader trembled violently, and he directly let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, what did you do to me? Ah!" True Moon's sect leader howled miserably, his limbs struggling frantically. Such a scene caused the dozen or so great Tao Realm elders in this place to tremble. Their sect leader was at the half-step enlightened realm. Yet at this moment, he was actually letting out such a shrill scream. It was as if he was suffering from monarch-level torture. They all wanted to rush forward, but they really didn't dare. This was because the aura that Lin Tian exuded was too frightening. "Ah, you did. Stop. Ah, let go of me." True Moon's sect leader screamed miserably. Lin Tian's gaze was ice-cold. He had planted a forbidden ancient technique from the medicine encyclopedia on True Moon's sect leader. It was called the Heart-Devouring Remnant Seal. It used divine power to form a special elixir flame seal. After it was planted into a living being's body, it could slowly burn the living being's flesh and blood. The process was incredibly painful, as if there were thousands of poisonous insects and ants tearing at the flesh. However, the most frightening thing was that this process was also extremely slow. If it was not disturbed, it would take several years to completely burn a person's flesh and blood. In other words, if the caster of this technique didn't take the initiative to undo this technique, and the person who was planted with this technique didn't have the ability to shatter this technique and didn't commit suicide, then the person who was planted with this technique would have to endure the pain of thousands of poisonous insects and ants tearing at their flesh and blood for several years to come. Only when their flesh and blood were completely burned away would they be truly freed from this pain. It could be said that this technique was extremely cruel. As a result, even though this technique wasn't very powerful, it was still listed as a forbidden ancient technique by the medicine encyclopedia by the Master of Medicine. At this moment, Lin Tian's left hand was suppressing the True Moon's sect leader. He had suppressed the other party's laws of the Great Path so that he couldn't heal his wounds, and his divine power couldn't flow freely either. It was even more impossible for him to commit suicide right before his eyes. He could only passively endure the heart-devouring pain brought about by this ancient technique. Ah! The True Moon's sect leader screamed miserably as he struggled madly. Lin Tian's gaze was emotionless. Light flickered between his brows, and the lotus sea in his sea of consciousness swayed. Afterwards, a lotus sword that was an inch long shot out and quickly entered the True Moon sect leader's sea of consciousness. It found the other party's soul in an instant, and directly slashed down with the lotus sword. With a hiss, he used the lotus sword to directly slice apart a portion of the soul. It was roughly 1/10,000th of the soul. Ah! Immediately, the True Moon sect leader screamed even more miserably. This was because the soul was one of the most important existences for cultivators. The pain of having one's soul damaged was unimaginable. Your divine soul can still withstand 9,999 slashes like this. Let's take it slow. Lin Tian's voice was ice cold. This was the first disciple he had just taken in not too long ago. He was extremely sensible, kind, filial, and obedient. He was occasionally mischievous, but he was also lively and cute. However, this True Moon sect leader killed his parents and cruelly gouged out his divine eyes. Now, there was white gauze wrapped around his eyeless pupils. At the same time, he had to endure the pain of losing his parents and the light. This little fellow was only 5 years old. A child who was only 5 years old actually had to endure this kind of pain. He stared at the True Moon sect leader, his expression extremely cruel. The lotus sword that entered the other party's sea of consciousness hacked down again, cutting apart a small portion of the other party's soul. Ah! The True Moon sect leader screamed even more miserably. Right now, he was enduring the pain of his flesh being burned, while enduring the pain of his soul being slowly hacked apart. His 4 limbs struggled even more intensely, and blood continuously flowed out from his shattered eyes. No, stop, ah! I was wrong. You, ah! Please let me go, ah! His eyes were shattered, his flesh was burning, and his soul was slowly being hacked apart. He couldn't bear it anymore, and he started to beg for mercy. Not far away, the dozen or so Tao realm elders of the True Moon immortal sect shuddered violently. The sect leader of this generation of their sect had astonishing talent. His cultivation level was at the half-step enlightenment realm, and he wasn't any weaker than the masters of those top-notch forces. He could be said to be the most powerful sect leader of the True Moon immortal sect in history. Right now, in their own sect, he was actually begging for mercy from a young cultivator. Let you go? Lin Tian stared at the True Moon's sect leader. Sure. He waved his right hand, and a Tao diagram of the 4 symbols that was about an inch in diameter appeared. He directly sent it into the other party's body. In an instant, it arrived near the other party's life essence and directly covered it, forcefully destroying a corner of his life essence. Ah! The True Moon's sect leader coughed up, large mouthfuls of blood. There was even saliva dripping from his mouth. He looked extremely miserable. To a cultivator, life essence and soul were the most important things. Needless to say, the pain of having a corner of one's life essence crushed was naturally unbearable. Even an emperor-level cultivator wouldn't be able to endure it. Sect leader. The dozen or so great Tao realm elders couldn't help but call out. However, none of them dared to step forward. Their sect leader was a half-step enlightenment realm cultivator. At this moment, he was already in such a miserable state in Lin Tian's hands. He didn't have the ability to resist at all. If they rushed forward, what could they do? They would probably be killed in the blink of an eye. What did the sect leader do? This. What kind of person did he offend? Inform the Grand Elders. The Grand Elders and the Grand Elder seem to have entered seclusion a few days ago. If we disturb them now, how can we care about so much now? Hurry! The dozen or so great Dao Realm Elders were both shocked and terrified. Immediately someone left. He quickly rushed out of this place and ran into the depths of the True Moon Immortal Sect. Clearly, he was going to ask the Grand Elders of this branch to come out of seclusion. Lin Tian saw all of this clearly, but he didn't care at all. He only stared coldly at the True Moon's sect leader. He used his left hand to suppress the True Moon's sect leader. The sword radiance in his right hand shot out again, directly piercing through the True Moon's sect leader's legs, creating dozens of transparent bloody holes. Ah! The True Moon's sect leader screamed miserably. At this moment, his entire body was drenched in blood. He was so miserable that he didn't even look human anymore. Stop! Ah! Let me go! Let me go! Ah! Chapter 9, 57. The headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect screamed and begged for mercy. His voice was shrill, and he looked miserable. The dozen or so cultivators of the great path of the True Moon Celestial Sect who had rushed here were all shocked. Their powerful headmaster couldn't even fight back against a young man who had barged into their sect. Ah! The headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect howled. His whole body was drenched in blood. Lin Tian's eyes were cruel. He attacked again. The lotus sword cut off a part of the headmaster's spirit, and the four symbols Tao diagram destroyed a part of his life source. Ah! The headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect screamed even more shrilly. At this moment, he looked more like a ghost than a ghost. Yes, that's it. Let this bastard suffer a fate worse than death. Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. At this moment, violent footsteps came from outside the Huai Tree Forest. Many disciples of the True Moon Celestial Sect ran over. Then, everyone saw the miserable state of the headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect. They were all shocked. This is headmaster. The disciples of the True Moon Celestial Sect were all shocked. An outsider had barged into their sect and injured their headmaster in such a miserable state. This was a great shock to their visual nerves. Why didn't the elders do anything? Were they shocked by that person? Someone shuddered. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the True Moon's headmaster was covered in blood. At this moment, his soul was being sliced apart inch by Lin Tian's lotus sword. His life essence was being annihilated bit by the Tao diagram of the four symbols. His flesh and blood were burning under the heart-devouring seal, enduring inhuman pain every second. Even though his cultivation was at the half-step enlightenment realm, he couldn't endure it anymore. Father! The son of the headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect was anxious, but he didn't dare to step forward at this moment. Lin Tian's aura was too terrifying. His killing intent intertwined. He was like a peerless demon from hell. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. He stared at the headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect. The sword light in his right hand flickered. He attacked again, slashing at the headmaster's arms. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered. The headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect's arms exploded, and pieces of bones and flesh. The headmaster of the True Moon Celestial Sect was... Continue. Lin Tian's voice was emotionless. With a single thought, the lotus sword that had entered his opponent's knowledge, once again shattered a portion of his opponent's divine soul. At the same time, the Tao diagram of the four symbols instantly crushed a portion of his opponent's life source. Moreover, the heart-devouring seal he had cast on True Moon's body was burning his flesh, blood, and internal organs. True Moon's headmaster screamed in agony. This scene made the disciples of the True Moon Immortal Sect tremble in fear. Boom! At this moment, several powerful auras rushed out from the depths of the True Moon Celestial Sect. 5 figures stepped out, and each of them had extremely terrifying ripples intertwined around them. They arrived here in the blink of an eye, all of them at the first sky of enlightenment. For a moment, the True Moon Immortal family's dozen great Tao experts, the black-clothed youth, and the group of ordinary disciples all revealed looks of joy. "Grand Supreme Elders!" the black-clothed youth shouted. "Grand Supreme Elders, please, please save my father!" At the same time, the dozen great Tao realm experts and the group of ordinary disciples also spoke, asking the 5 Grand Supreme Elders to save their father. The 5 Grand Supreme Elders of the True Moon Celestial Sect were originally in seclusion. When they received the report that an expert had barged into the sect and captured the headmaster, they immediately came out of seclusion and came here. At this moment, they directly saw the headmaster of True Moon in Lin Tian's hands. Their faces turned cold. "Elders, please save me." True Moon's headmaster spoke. His voice was already hoarse. He's the teacher of that young Ai child from the Yi family. He's here to steal the divine son Ai from our sect. The 5 Grand Supreme Elders of the True Moon Celestial Sect were all moved. They stared at Lin Tian with a slightly surprised expression. However, their expressions immediately became even colder, and killing intent was revealed. "That Yi family child you mentioned actually has a teacher," one of them said, staring coldly at Lin Tian. "I didn't expect that right after we joined forces to perfectly connect Jiwen's Eye of the Sun and enter seclusion, the other party's teacher would actually come knocking on our door." Clearly, the Jiwen this person was talking about was the young son of the True Moon Celestial Sect's headmaster, that black-robed youth. "It's good that he's come. Let's kill him now to prevent any potential uncertainties in the future." Another person spoke. "Save Zhio first, then kill him." Another person said. The Zhio he spoke of was obviously the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, this person directly made a move. His large hand pressed down, filled with the laws of the great Tao, grabbing toward Lin Tian's head. Boom! This person was one of the Grand Supreme Elders of the True Moon Celestial Sect. His cultivation was at the Wujin realm. It was just a casual move, but its might was peerlessly terrifying. The surrounding space was completely sealed in the blink of an eye. "Headmaster is fine. He'll be saved soon." At this place, the dozen or so great Tao realm experts and the group of ordinary disciples of this sect all let out a sigh of relief. They were secretly amazed at the might of their own sect's Grand Supreme Elder. A casual move was actually so powerful. Moreover, at the same time, these people also heard many other things from the words of these Grand Supreme Elders and their own sect's headmaster. "Lord Headmaster sees that person's disciples' eyes. Madam Xiang Ai, this is true." Many people stared at Lin Tian, their faces full of astonishment. "Lord Headmaster, for our True Moon Celestial Sect, for our young sect master, he retrieved a legendary divine Eye of the Sun." Some people were shocked. Boom! Divine might surged. At this time, the Grand Supreme Elder of the True Moon Celestial Sect, who made a move, had already pressed down on Lin Tian's head with his large hand. Lin Tian's left hand was suppressing the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect. At this time, he tilted his head and stared at the Grand Supreme Elder of the True Moon Celestial Sect, who made a move. At the same time, he also stared at the other 4 Grand Supreme Elders of this sect. His gaze was cold and overflowing with killing intent. "You old things know that your own sect's headmaster is doing evil, but instead of stopping and punishing him, you condone it. Now you want to kill me?" His voice was bone-chilling. Boom! An even more terrifying aura rushed out of his body. His left hand was suppressing the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect, while his right hand directly swung the primal Chaos Emperor fist. Instantly, a mighty fist that could destroy all things in the world shot out a blinding light beam. With a crack, the space in front of him shattered. The power of the primal Chaos Emperor fist crushed everything, directly shattering everything. The expression of the Grand Supreme Elder of the True Moon Celestial Sect changed greatly. His large hand was directly annihilated by the power of the Primal Chaos Emperor Fist. Moreover, the power of the Primal Chaos Emperor Fist did not stop there. It continued to press forward without slowing down, making it impossible for him to dodge. No, this is poof! Along with a terrified cry, a mist of blood exploded. The Grand Supreme Elder of the True Moon Celestial Sect was directly crushed by the Primal Chaos Emperor Fist's light beam. His divine soul was also shattered by the Primal Chaos Emperor Fist's light beam. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. Grand Supreme Elder. How can this be? The disciples of the True Moon Celestial Sect and the dozen or so elders of the Great Tao Realm were all shocked. A Grand Supreme Elder of their sect, who was at the Enlightenment Realm, was actually killed by a single punch. Not only these people, but even the other 4 Grand Supreme Elders were trembling. All of their expressions changed drastically. How can this be? One of them cried out involuntarily. The cold expression that he had when he walked out at the beginning instantly disappeared without a trace. Lin Tian stared at the 4 people and the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect in front of him. The aura on his body skyrocketed again, like a raging wave. Today, I want the True Moon Celestial Sect to be erased from this world forever, he said coldly. His left hand was suppressing the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect. At this moment, he suddenly exerted force, and a towering sword light instantly erupted from his palm, directly destroying the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect. Blood burned a large area of the ground. Father! Zhio! Headmaster! In this place, the black-robed young man, the 4 Grand Supreme Elders, the group of ordinary disciples, and the Great Tao Realm cultivators all trembled violently. Then, in the next moment, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out, causing these people to tremble again. Clang! 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 Dense sword light rushed out of Lin Tian's body and enveloped the entire True Moon Celestial Sect in the blink of an eye. A terrifying murderous aura spread out in every corner like a destructive sword rain, as if it could destroy everything at any time. Here, except for the son of the headmaster of True Moon Celestial Sect and those at the Grand Supreme Elder level and above, I'll give you a chance. Voluntarily withdraw from the True Moon Celestial Sect. Get out of this place and never consider yourself a disciple of the True Moon Celestial Sect again. Otherwise die. His voice was cold like rolling thunder and instantly resounded in the sky above the True Moon Celestial Sect. For a moment, all the disciples of the True Moon Celestial Sect trembled. They were shocked by Lin Tian's aura and even more shocked by Lin Tian's words at this moment. You want us to withdraw from the True Moon Celestial Sect. Otherwise, we will die. Someone trembled. The 4 Grand Supreme Elders of the True Moon Celestial Sect were both shocked and furious. At this time, an old voice came from the depths of the True Moon Celestial Sect. An old man in a gray robe stepped out and walked in the air step by step. How arrogant! You think you can destroy the foundation of the True Moon Celestial Sect? This old man's aura was much stronger than the other Grand Supreme Elders. He was at the 2nd heavenly layer of enlightenment. Ancestor! Immediately many people shouted. The 4 Grand Supreme Elders of the True Moon Celestial Sect were also very respectful towards this person. Even though there was only a small gap between them, the difference in battle power was huge. Moreover, this old man was 2 or 3 generations older than the 4 Grand Supreme Elders. The True Moon Ancestor was very old. He stared at Lin Tian and walked forward with his hands behind his back. A rainbow appeared under his feet, making him look like an immortal. Little brat, you want to destroy the True Moon Celestial Sect? I'll send you on your way right now. Lin Tian looked up and stared at this person. Without saying anything, the reincarnation diagram rushed up behind him. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread out like a hurricane, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The true moon ancestor's expression changed. Facing Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram, he immediately felt a strong sense of death. You! Boom! Chapter 958. Blood splashed in the air. In an instant, everyone around Huai Forest was shocked. Their expressions changed. How? Ancestor, he was actually killed in one hit. The group of True Moon disciples trembled. Their ancestor, a second-level Wuzhen expert, was killed in one hit. Even the 4 grand elders of this branch were shocked and couldn't help but tremble. You! Those people stared at Lin Tian. At that moment, fear was present in their eyes. Lin Tian's gaze was icy cold. He had refined a piece of the legendary stone of karmic luck, causing his cultivation to rise by a minor level and reach the 9th level of the Grand Tao. His soul, life essence, and Grand Tao laws had all improved by leaps and bounds. His current combat prowess could be said to be astounding. Under such circumstances, he used the reincarnation physique monarch domain to kill True Moon's ancestor. He raised his head and stared at the last 4 grand elders of this bloodline, his eyes filled with coldness. In the next moment, his feet flashed, and in an instant he appeared in front of the 4 people and raised his golden fist. Boom! He brandished Primal Chaos Empyrean's Primal Chaos Empyrean fist, and the void immediately trembled. Then, cracking sounds could be heard as it shattered. It couldn't withstand the might of his fist at all. He used this fist to envelop a Supreme Elder of True Moon Immortal Sect. The Supreme Elder's expression changed greatly. He quickly used all his abilities and Grand Tao laws to meet Lin Tian's attack. However, it was useless. Lin Tian's Emperor Fist was a supreme ancient technique created by the Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign. Combined with his current strength, it could be said to be able to break through hundreds of attacks. It directly crushed all the divine abilities that the True Moon Immortal Sect's Supreme Elder had unleashed. The Supreme Elder was shocked and frightened. He retreated while shouting, "Stop!" Boom! The void trembled once again as if a sacred drum had been struck. With a boom, the unparalleled power of the fist directly enveloped this person, as if a world-destroying star was pressing down on him. No! Poof! Blood splattered. The Supreme Elder of True Moon Immortal Sect was blown apart by the fist. His body and soul were both destroyed. The cultivators of True Moon Immortal Sect were even more frightened. How can this be? They stared at Lin Tian, trembling in fear. Even the dozen Grand Tao Realm experts were no exception. In their bloodline, the powerful old ancestor and Grand Elder were at the Enlightenment Realm, but they couldn't even block a single strike from Lin Tian. The other 3 Supreme Elders who survived were also terrified. Their hands and feet were trembling and their backs were cold. Activate the killing formation. Activate the divine weapon. One of them shouted in panic. After saying that, the 3 Supreme Elders frantically formed hand seals. The True Moon Immortal Sect was shaken. Formation runes appeared in the void, emitting a peerless killing aura. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from the depths of the True Moon Celestial Sect. It was a low-grade divine weapon treasure bell. Tao patterns intertwined all over it, emitting shocking light. Sect protecting killing formation. Reserve divine weapon. The cultivators of True Moon Immortal Sect were pleasantly surprised. They all felt the terrifying power of their sect's killing formation and reserve divine weapon. Kill! 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 The 3 Supreme Elders of True Moon Immortal Sect roared. The sect-protecting killing formation surged, and 10,000 killing lights slashed toward Lin Tian. At the same time, the low-rank divine weapon-grade bell also rumbled, emitting a resonant bell sound as it pressed down on Lin Tian. This power was not weak, and the killing power was unparalleled. The void rumbled, and many places were shattered. Lin Tian was in the middle of this, and there was no change in his expression. Clanging sounds of swords resounded around him. Dense heaven's sword aura appeared, and like a rain of swords, it was also like a destructive storm, ruthlessly spreading in all directions. Crack! With a crisp sound, the true moon immortal sect's divine bell cracked, and then it was directly shattered by the heaven's sword aura. At the same time, the dense array runes of the true moon immortal sect in the void were all destroyed in an instant, and the thousands of killing lights disappeared without a trace. The three supreme elders trembled, and the fear in their eyes intensified. The other ordinary disciples were also terrified. This, my sect protecting killing formation and divine weapon were destroyed so easily. Is this a dream? All the disciples of True Moon Immortal Sect were trembling in fear. Lin Tian's heaven's sword aura surrounded him, and he glanced at the disciples of True Moon Immortal Sect. Why aren't you leaving? His voice was extremely cold. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths, if you still don't leave, then don't blame me for being merciless and killing you along with the True Moon Immortal Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven's sword aura around him let out another clanging sound, and they all rushed to the sky. There were more than 10,000 of them, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire True Moon Immortal Sect. The killing power was unparalleled. Instantly, all the disciples of True Moon Immortal Sect trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. Then, 3 breaths passed in an instant. I don't want to die. I'll leave the True Moon Immortal Sect. In the Scholar Tree Forest, an ordinary disciple of True Moon Immortal Sect said in a trembling voice. He turned around and ran, madly rushing out of the True Moon Immortal Sect. With the first, there would naturally be a second and a third. I'm still young. I don't want to die. I'll also leave the True Moon Immortal Sect. I'll also leave. I'll leave immediately. Near the Scholar Tree Forest, all the ordinary disciples of True Moon Immortal Sect ran out of the sect. Then, even the great Tao Realm experts were no exception. All of them rushed into the sky with their fastest speed, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the True Moon Immortal Sect. The people near the Scholar Tree Forest had all personally witnessed Lin Tian's terrifying might. Even the True Moon Old Ancestor, who was the strongest in their faction, was killed in one strike. He killed the Grand Elder as if he was cutting grass, and then he easily destroyed their faction's sect-protecting killing formation and divine weapon. Now he was forcing them to leave, or else he would start a massacre. How would they dare to stay? If they really stayed, they would definitely be crushed like ants, and it would be meaningless. As these disciples rushed out, the other disciples of True Moon Immortal Sect were all trembling. Even the great Tao Realm elders are, if we leave, we'll leave as well. If we don't, we'll be killed. These disciples were all trembling, and all of them rushed out. These people all heard Lin Tian's voice telling them to leave the True Moon Immortal Sect, and they also saw the dense killing swords above the True Moon Immortal Sect. They also felt the terrifying killing intent emitted by these killing swords. At this time, when they saw so many outstanding disciples of their faction fleeing, and even the great Tao Realm elders running away, how would they dare to stay? All of them trembled and quickly rushed out. You! The 3 Grand Elders stared at Lin Tian, and they couldn't help but tremble. They never thought that the sun god's eye that the True Moon sect master took back would bring about such a devastating disaster to their True Moon Immortal Sect. At this moment, they even began to hate the True Moon sect's sect master. Why didn't he carefully investigate the God's Eye Child? Why didn't he find out that the God's Eye Child had such a terrifying master behind him? One of the Grand Elders looked at Lin Tian, trembling, and said, "Little brother, please stop now. As long as you are willing to stop, our True Moon Immortal Sect will remember your greatness." Clang! An ear-piercing sword chime interrupted this person's words. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless. With a thought, the heaven-piercing sword in the sky directly pressed down on this person. "You, PFFF! Blood exploded, and the Grand Elder who spoke was instantly killed in body and soul. He tilted his head and looked at the last two Grand Elders of the True Moon Immortal Sect. Immediately, the two Grand Elders trembled. At this moment, they didn't say anything. They directly burst out with overflowing divine power, and then directly rushed out of the True Moon Immortal Sect. This was really because Lin Tian's battle strength was too terrifying. Killing a first-layer Wuxian expert was like cutting grass. Even if they used all their strength, they couldn't resist at all. Thus, at this time they directly chose to escape. Escaping might give them a chance to live. Lin Tian stared the direction the two fled, his eyes cold. Clang! Clang! The sword chime reverberated, and the densely packed heaven-piercing sword pressed down, suppressing all directions. It directly cut off the two's path, completely enveloping the two within. "Little brother, please show mercy." The two shouted loudly and at the same time used powerful divine abilities to resist. However, Lin Tian wouldn't show mercy, and the heaven-piercing sword scripture was the supreme secret technique of the ancient celestial venerables. Its killing power was far from what ordinary divine abilities could resist. The divine abilities and secret techniques these two people used were crushed on the spot, and their bodies were exposed to the heaven-piercing sword. PFFF! PFFF! Two mists of blood exploded, and the two people directly exploded, their bodies and souls extinguished. Outside the True Moon Immortal Sect, some of the True Moon Immortal Sect's disciples hadn't really escaped yet. They were still carefully looking inside the True Moon Immortal Sect. At this moment, seeing the scene, they immediately trembled violently, and fear enveloped every corner of their body. They didn't dare to stay in this place for a moment, and madly rushed away, afraid that Lin Tian would suddenly change his mind and destroy them. The True Moon Immortal Sect was completely silent, and only the last one left. The son of the True Moon Immortal Sect's leader was left. At this moment, he was trembling non-stop, and he stared at Lin Tian in horror and stepped back. Lin Tianji took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of this person, and with a wave of his left hand, he pulled the person over. "No, don't gouge out my divine eyes." Chapter 959. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. A divine sword rushed out from between his eyebrows. It was completely formed by his divine consciousness. With a crack, it shattered the young man's killing dagger. He used his left hand to suppress the young man. His right hand revealed the divine light of the Medicine Codex and the divine light of the dragon pattern. It enveloped the young man's sun eye, which belonged to Yi Tong. Poof! Ah! He used the divine light of the Medicine Codex and the divine light of the dragon pattern to retrieve Yi Tong's divine eye amidst the young man's screams. Then he threw the young man away. With a bang, the young man rolled to the side. He screamed and rolled on the ground. Blood stained half of his face. Lin Tian did not care. Just like in the Yi family, he took out a jade container. It was still filled with the water of the soul-absorbing pool. He used the Medicine Codex and the divine light of the dragon pattern to protect Yi Tong's divine eye. He carefully placed it in the jade container. Then he used the dragon pattern to seal the opening of the container. Then he carefully put it away. In front of him, the young man screamed. His blood-stained face was distorted with fear. Then it gradually became hideous. Like a ghost, he pounced on Lin Tian crazily. "Give it back to me. Give me back my divine eye. It's mine. Mine." Boom! 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 His body was suddenly filled with a ruthless aura. He became like a wild beast. 8 precious weapons rushed out of his body. He lost his mind because of extreme fear. Behind him, whooshing crocodiles sneered. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He stared coldly at the young man. "Give it back to me." The young man roared. His eyes were filled with hatred. He pounced on Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian just stood there and didn't move at all. He just watched as the black-clothed youth pounced towards him. Again, "The divine eye is mine. It's mine." Half of the young man's face was stained with blood. He roared and rushed to Lin Tian. His divine power was in a mess. It was also at this moment that his body suddenly exploded. He was forcefully blown up by the chaotic divine power in his body. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary cultivator would not have the ability to support 8 prized artifacts at the same time. Not to mention, this is a situation where he has lost his mind. The flow of his divine power is not smooth. Forcibly supporting it under such circumstances is the same as committing suicide. Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. With an indifferent expression, Lin Tian turned around and walked to the Wuxing Crocodile carrying little Yi Tong. Master. Little Yi Tong called out when she felt Lin Tian coming to her side. Lin Tian rubbed the little fellow's head and said gently, "Good boy, Master has already taken back your eyes. Once your body is well, I will immediately reattach them for you." The little fellow's eyes were wrapped in white gauze, so she could not see anything. Hearing Lin Tian's words, she nodded obediently. Seeing the little fellow so quiet and obedient, Lin Tian did not feel good. He preferred the little fellow's lively appearance 2 months ago. He looked at the Wuxing Crocodile. The Wuxing Crocodile nodded slightly and carried the little fellow up into the sky with him. Standing in the sky, Lin Tian looked down at the True Moon Immortal Sect with cold eyes. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Countless towering heavens, sword force, appeared around him. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They enveloped the entire True Moon Celestial Sect. Then, like a destructive rain of swords, they fell down from the sky. Instantly, all the pavilions, buildings, palaces, arenas, and scriptures of the True Moon Immortal Sect were destroyed. A sea of fire instantly burned, causing the surrounding space to distort. Lin Tianling looked down coldly and said to the Wuxing Crocodile, "Let's go." The Wuxing Crocodile nodded slightly. Protecting little Yi Tong on its back with its demonic power, it rose up with Lin Tianyi and flew into the distance. They randomly went in a direction and soon found a secluded cave deep in the mountains. Lin Tian set up 9 ceiling arrays around the cave. Then he carried little Yi Tong down from the Wuxing Crocodile's back. "Stay calm. Master will help you adjust your body," he said to little Yi Tong. "Okay." The little one couldn't see, but she could hear. She nodded obediently and sat down with Lin Tian's help. Lin Tian took action at the right time. His golden divine light surged and quickly entered the little one's body. Instantly, the little one was enveloped by the divine light. Her essence, qi, and spirit began to grow little by little. Soon, it reached a saturation point. However, it was still a far cry from 2 months ago. Moreover, as Lin Tian used his divine power to adjust the little one's body, his face gradually turned pale. "What's wrong?" the Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian's voice was low. "The divine eye of the sun is similar to the imperial body. The eyes are inextricably linked to the source of life. His eyes were forcefully dug out, and his life source was damaged. The meridians in his body have withered to a certain extent. The situation inside his body is much more serious than I thought." The Wuxing Crocodile's face darkened when he heard this. How important was the source of life? It was the foundation of a living being's life. It was also the key to whether a cultivator could become strong. Now that it heard from Lin Tian that the little one's source of life was damaged, and even the meridians in his body had withered to a certain extent, it made it even angrier. Damn it! It gritted its teeth. Little Yi Tong also heard Lin Tian's words. Her body trembled slightly. "Master, I can't be cured?" Lin Tian looked at his first disciple. His eyes were full of love. He gently rubbed the little one's head. "Good girl, don't worry. We've already retrieved the divine eye. No matter what, Master will cure you." He comforted her. "Okay." The little one's voice was very soft and quiet. Outside Lin Tian's body, the golden divine light surged even more. Then he pointed his finger. A ray of light flew out and entered the little one's forehead. Immediately, the little one trembled. Under the guidance of Lin Tian's golden divine light, blood-red flames jumped out of her body. This is the Sun Nirvana technique. It comes from the same source as the Sun Heart Sutra that I passed on to you 2 months ago. Now, Master will help you circulate it 9 times. Later, you will circulate it on your own. Use this technique to nourish your flesh, meridians, and source. Lin Tian Andao. He injected the Sun Nirvana technique into the little one's consciousness. Just like 2 months ago, he used his own divine power to help the little one circulate this sacred technique. This caused the little one's essence, energy, and spirit to gradually become stronger. In this way, he quickly helped the little one circulate the Sun Nirvana technique 9 times. This allowed the little one to slowly circulate this ancient technique on her own. After all, the little one's talent was astonishing. Moreover, the Sun Heart Sutra was in her body. Buzz! For a moment, faint blood-red flames intertwined on the surface of the little one's body. This caused the little one's frail body to faintly grow a little stronger. Lin Tian looked at the little one silently. For a moment he did not speak. How can we nurse the little one's body back to normal? Wuxing Crocodile was silent for a moment, then asked in a deep voice. Lin Tian looked at the little one and said, "There is an immortal origin treasure technique in the medicine encyclopedia. I need to find enough spiritual energy and use it as the foundation to reshape his meridians and restore his source." "Can he fully recover?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. "Relying solely on the immortal origin treasure technique, there is only a 70% chance of a complete recovery," Lin Tian said. "At that time, I will use a wisp of my source to cleanse him while performing the technique. I can 100% guarantee that he will be completely recovered." He refined a life crystal in the 5th heaven and then refined a piece of immortal stone of destiny before. His life source has been sublimated twice. In addition, he is the most powerful reincarnated body. With a wisp of his source and the immortal origin treasure technique, he can definitely restore the little one's source and meridians to their original state, or even make him stronger than before. Wuxing Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Let's hurry up and find the spiritual energy needed to cast the technique as soon as possible." Lin Tian nodded and said, "Don't worry, let's wait for him to adapt to the Sun Nirvana technique first. With the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sun Nirvana technique protecting his body at the same time, his essence, energy, and spirit will only get better and better. We don't need to worry about time." Wuxing Crocodile didn't say anything. One person and one crocodile silently looked at the little guy who was working hard to operate the Sun Nirvana technique. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. On this day, the little guy was already very familiar with the Sun Nirvana technique. Lin Tian carried him on Wuxing Crocodile's back, then left the cave with Wuxing Crocodile, heading towards some immortal mountains and old forests with rich spiritual energy. It's a pity we should have collected Lingjing and the immortal veins stored in the True Moon Immortal Sect. Maybe now we can directly restore the little guy's source and meridians. Wuxing Crocodile said, "I didn't think so much before." Lin Tiandao said, "Plus, with the True Moon Immortal Sect's level, the amount of Lingjing and immortal veins stored in the True Moon Immortal Sect isn't much. It won't be of much use to restore the little guy's source and meridians with my immortal origin technique." Wuxing Crocodile heard this and was slightly moved. "How much spiritual energy do you need to perform that technique for the little guy?" "At least the amount of spiritual energy of 3 flawless source veins." Lin Tiandao. Wuxing Crocodile was slightly shocked. "That much?" The amount of spiritual energy of 3 flawless source veins added together was unimaginable. It's very difficult to restore the damaged source of life, so the amount of spiritual energy needed is naturally not small. Lin Tiandao, whooshing crocodile, pulled its claws and said in a low voice, "Anyway, we have to hurry." Lin Tiandao nodded and sped up a little. In the following days, he circulated the dragon burial scripture with all his might and appeared in all kinds of immortal mountains and forests in the heaven domain. He found several hundred kilograms of immortal Lingjing and several 100,000 kilograms of ordinary Lingjing. His harvest was not small. However, it was still far from the amount of spiritual energy he needed to perform the technique for little Yi Tong. On this day, when Huang Xiaolong had found several caddies of immortal spirit crystals, he walked out of a mountain. Not far away, he sensed 8 shocking waves of divine might. 8 silhouettes appeared one after another, and shockingly powerful waves of God force intertwined around their bodies. Every one of them was in the enlightenment realm, and they were experts from the coiling dragon Holy Gate, the 5 great sects, and the Dark Heart Sword sect. Bastard, I finally found you. Chapter 960. 8 figures rushed over, each of them surrounded by extremely powerful divine power fluctuations. The great path precepts intertwined with each other, exuding an extremely oppressive aura. They immediately locked onto Lin Tian with their divine thoughts. Staring at Lin Tian, the 8 of them stared at him with cold eyes. Their intense murderous intent was not concealed at all. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. Naturally, he knew that the 8 of them wanted to kill him. However, his expression did not change at all. "Scram as far as you can." His voice was not loud, but it made the 8 experts' gazes turn even colder. "Insolent thing. Don't talk nonsense with him. Attack! Let's spare his life first. Skin him alive, whip his tendons, and whip his soul. We can't let him have it easy." The 8 of them looked cruel. Boom! 8 powerful divine powers surged. The 8 of them attacked at the same time. Each of them stretched out their hands and suppressed all directions, enveloping Lin Tian. At the same time, they pressed on Whooshing Crocodile beside Lin Tian and little Yi Tong on Whooshing Crocodile's back. Lin Tian's expression was cold. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and punched forward with his golden iron fist. Boom! Suddenly, the void trembled as if thunder had exploded. Poof! 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 The 8 experts' hands were all shattered. Blood splashed out at the same time, floating in the air. In an instant, the 8 experts' expressions all changed. At this moment, the 8 of them stared at Lin Tian again with a trace of shock in their eyes. The 8 of them were all at the first sky of Enlightenment Realm, but now their arms were all shattered by one punch from their opponent at the same time. It was also at this moment that a cold sword essence emerged, and the ear-piercing sound of a sword reverberated. Clang! 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 Beside Lin Tian, streaks after streaks of golden sword light appeared. Every one of them was like a general of slaughter, interweaving with waves that could annihilate all things, causing the expressions of the 8 realms of enlightenment to change. At this moment, facing the golden sword light outside Lin Tian's body, the 8 Wujin experts felt a great threat. With a clang, the sound of the sword rang out again, incomparably ear-piercing. Beside Lin Tian, the densely packed sword qi moved together, like a rain of swords slashing towards the 8 powerhouses. In an instant, the space cracked inch by inch and collapsed bit by bit. The 8 of them couldn't help but tremble. This level of sword light was truly too terrifying. They didn't dare to be careless. They all hurriedly activated their great divine abilities to resist. Boom! 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 The space rumbled as the 8 great cultivators unleashed their full power, causing the fluctuations of divine power in this space to become even more turbulent. Moreover, the laws of the Great Path interweaved, clashing with Lin Tian's dense sword lights, blocking them one by one. Even though the sword lights were all blocked, the hearts of the 8 people still trembled. That was because the 8 of them had attacked together. Moreover, They had already used 90% of their strength. How could he be so powerful? It shouldn't be. Even the god princes and goddesses of the top forces are far from this level. The 8 of them were shocked. Although they had heard that Lin Tian, who had killed the strongest young experts of their respective factions, was very strong and could kill 8 heavenly Dao experts, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they were all in the Wuzhen realm. But at this moment, facing Lin Tian, their hearts trembled. At this moment, the threat of death rose in all of them. Retreat. We can't stop him. The coiling dragon, Holy Gates, Grand Elder shouted. At this time, the coldness in his eyes was replaced by palpitations. The experts from the profound Wind Flame Island and the other large forces who came here naturally saw the gap between them and Lin Tian. They nodded in unison, and while blocking the soaring heaven sword light, they retreated. Come to kill me if you want to. Run away if you can't beat me. What do you take me for? A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a buzz, the reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him. With a swoosh, the reincarnation diagram turned into a streak of light and flew out, enveloping the coiling dragon, Holy Gates, Grand Elder. The coiling dragon, Holy Gates, Grand Elder, trembled violently. He could clearly feel the terror of the reincarnation diagram. With a roar, he pushed his strongest divine ability and Grand Tao to resist the reincarnation diagram. However, the reincarnation diagram was Lin Tian's king's domain divine ability. With his current strength, how could it be so easy to block it? The divine ability and Grand Tao that the coiling dragon, Holy Gates, Grand Elder had raised shattered in an instant. In an instant, the coiling dragon, Holy Gates, Grand Elder revealed a look of fear, and he shouted, "Little friend, please, pooh!" The reincarnation diagram shone brightly, and its momentum did not diminish. It cut off the Grand Elder's words and directly crushed his body and soul. Such a scene was too shocking, and the other 7 people couldn't help but tremble. How can this be? An expert of the Enlightenment realm was killed by a young cultivator of the 9th heaven of the Grand Tao with one blow. In an instant, the 7 people were overwhelmed by fear. Run! One of the people from the profound Gale Flame Island shouted, and he directly rushed into the distance. At this time, the other 6 people naturally didn't dare to stop for a moment. They were all frightened by Lin Tian's terrifying battle strength. Lin Tian stared at the 7 people who were escaping, and he stood quietly in the same place. His gaze was cold and indifferent. Buzz! The reincarnation diagram shone brightly, and it expanded under his will, turning into a huge diagram with a diameter of 10 zhong. It enveloped the 7 people who were escaping, and every inch of space around them was sealed. The 7 people's faces changed drastically, and each of them raised their divine abilities in an attempt to break open the sealed space. However, it was useless. The reincarnation diagram was too strong, and with their strength in the first heavenly Tao realm, they couldn't break it. Little friend, have mercy! The Dark Heart Sword Sex expert shouted. The other 6 people also trembled as they begged for mercy. None of them wanted to die. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. The Tao patterns on the reincarnation diagram flickered, and a dense killing light was released in an instant, pressing down mightily. His number 1 disciple was still living in the darkness. His source energy was damaged, and the meridians in his body had withered greatly. This caused him to be in a bad mood. Now that these people were chasing after him to kill him, how could he show mercy? For a moment, the light emitted by the reincarnation diagram became even stronger, as if the Milky Way was falling from the sky. No. The 7 people shouted in horror, and some even burned their life origin to resist. However, it was useless. Under the suppression of the strongest king physique in history, Wang Yu, his divine power was unparalleled and could suppress everything. Puff, 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 puff. 7 bloody mists exploded. Under the reincarnation diagram, the 7 people were all crushed at the same time, and their divine souls also disappeared. Suddenly, the place quieted down. "You're courting death," Whooshing Crocodile said. "Go." Lin Tian said. Killing these 8 people was nothing at all, so he didn't care. After leaving this place, he soon stepped into another immortal mountain and used the dragon burial scripture to measure the ground. After spending some effort, he found about 13 kilograms of immortal lingjing. Afterwards, he left the immortal mountain and walked to other places to dig out spirit meridians, immortal meridians, and ordinary lingjing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. In more than 10 days, Lin Tian dug out more than 100 kilograms of immortal lingjing, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of ordinary lingjing, more than 10 immortal meridians, and dozens of ordinary spirit meridians. His harvest was very shocking, but he was still far from reconstructing little Yi Tong's origin. After all, it was not easy to reconstruct the origin, and it would naturally consume a lot of spiritual energy. Kid, hurry up and gather the spiritual energy for the technique as soon as possible. Don't let little Munchkin stay in the darkness for too long. Whooshing Crocodile said. Got it. Lin Tian looked at little Yi Tong on Whooshing Crocodile's back and rubbed the little guy's head. Be good. Bear with it a little longer. Master will soon let you see again. In fact, he could connect the eye of the sun to the little guy now so that the little guy could see again. However, the little guy's physical condition was very bad now. If he connected it now, it would affect the power of the divine eye and the little guy's future cultivation path. Therefore, he had to completely recuperate the little guy's body before he could connect the divine eye. Okay. The white gauze wrapped around little Yi Tong's eyes had already been changed by Lin Tian. Hearing Lin Tian's words, it nodded obediently. Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head again, tenderly, and walked to other mountains with rich spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. During these days, he explored the immortal mountains and forests with the dragon burial scripture and found more lingjing. On this day, when he stepped out of another mountain, he saw a group of cultivators in front of him. They were hurrying in the same direction, and the sound of discussion could be heard. The rumors are true? Did they really find a huge ancient ruin? Of course it's true. A few powerful rogue cultivators accidentally found it, and then the news was leaked. It said that immortal light interweaved and rushed out from the ruin from time to time. The spiritual energy there is shockingly rich. Some powerful cultivators said that there must be a complete origin vein inside, and there must be more than one. Not only that, I also heard that some strange people who are proficient in the Tao of tomb burial have also rushed there. After some observation and exploration, they said that there might be a huge tomb inside. It's at least the burial cave of a Nirvana realm cultivator. There might be incredible ancient scriptures and powerful divine weapons inside. Hurry up, that place has been discovered for 2 days. Many people have already gone there. Moreover, it's said that powerful cultivators from the top forces have also rushed there. If we're late, we'll have nothing left. This group of cultivators all sped up and quickly rushed far away. Not far away, Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile stood together, their eyes interweaving with a bright light. Brat Lin, go and take a look? Maybe there really are a few complete origin veins in that so-called ancient ruin. After finding them, we can directly reshape Xiao Budian's origin, and then connect the divine eye back. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Of course. At this time, when he heard that there might be a few complete origin veins in ancient ruins, he naturally had to make a trip. Immediately, he and Whooshing Crocodile both soared into the air and walked down in the direction that the group of cultivators had just left. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At this time, the man and Crocodile stopped. In front of them appeared a magnificent river. It was unknown how long and wide it was. From time to time, immortal light would rush up from the bottom of the river, and the interweaving spiritual energy was extremely dense. And around this big river, there was a dense crowd of cultivators. Many people were rushing into the big river, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the river. That ruin is under this big river. Chapter 961. There were many cultivators around the river, and many of them were rushing to the bottom of the river. From time to time, immortal light would rush up from the bottom of the river, intertwining with astonishing spirit chi. Whooshing Crocodile could not help but be slightly surprised. Lin Tian looked at the river, and the light of the dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. It was as if he was shrouded in a layer of immortal light, mysterious and hazy. There's a barrier at the bottom of the river, and under the barrier should be the so-called ruins. There's indeed astonishing spirit chi. He said. He controlled the dragon burial scripture, and when he was close he could see many things just by the light of the dragon patterns in his eyes. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the bottom of the river and asked Lin Tiandao, "Have you found a complete source vein?" "Not yet, but it's very likely that there's a complete source vein below. We'll have to enter the ruins below to find it." Lin Tiandao. At that moment, the cultivators around the river were in an uproar as they stared at the 2 men and 1 woman who had arrived. The 2 men and 1 woman were not traveling together. Instead, they came from 3 different directions. Their clothes were extraordinary, and their chi was astonishing. The divine son of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, the sacred son of the 9 Zither divine sect, and the princess of the Yao family are all here. Some cultivators were shocked. Looking around, the divine son of the 10,000 Swords Mountain was dressed in black, and his face was as sharp as a knife. He had a threatening, heroic spirit. The sacred son of the 9 Zither divine sect was dressed in luxurious clothes, and he had a faint smile on his face, giving off a warm feeling. The princess of the Yao family was very beautiful, and the divine power around her was very pure and shocking. They're all at the 3rd heaven of the great Tao. They're still so young, but they've already reached such heights. They're true geniuses, as expected of the young sovereigns of the 3 top factions in this heaven realm. Looking at the 3 of them, many cultivators near the river could not help but tremble. A senior expert in a green robe looked at the 3 of them and said emotionally, "In this world, there's probably no one in the same generation as them who's a match for them. They've all been left far behind." "Old senior, you're wrong." At the side, a young cultivator couldn't help but say, "Some time ago, there was a ruthless young man who slaughtered the holy princes of the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Origin Hall, and the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect, as well as the strongest experts of the younger generation of the 5 great immortal sects, including the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate. He killed dozens of Grand Tao experts from the 8 sects, including those at the 8th Heavenly Tao Realm. He was much stronger than these 3. What? There is such a person in the younger generation." "Of course there is. Senior, were you in seclusion before this? How could you not know about this?" The young cultivator spoke, then lowered his voice and said, "Moreover, there are more rumors about that person." "Not just a little. There are more." The green-robed elder was shocked. The young cultivator nodded and said in a low voice, 5 days ago, someone passed by the True Moon Immortal sect and found that the sect had been destroyed. Then he found a disciple who used to belong to the True Moon Immortal sect. From his description, he found out that the person who destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect was that ruthless young man. Subsequently, 3 days ago, several bloodstains and bone fragments were discovered outside a mountain range. Experts from the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and the other 4 great immortal sects rushed to the scene. From these bloodstains, they discovered the auras of the Wu Zhen experts they had sent to hunt down that young man. They suspected that they were killed by that young man. Lin Tian had destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect and killed the Wu Zhen experts of the Dark Heart Sword sect and the other 8 great immortal sects. These 2 incidents were discovered a few days ago, and many cultivators already knew about it. The green-robed elder was shocked when he heard this. The other cultivators heard their conversation and heard that they were talking about Lin Tian. They couldn't help but feel nervous. That's a ruthless young man. When I went to the Five Immortals' Peak to watch the grand competition of the younger generation of the five major immortal sects, I saw that ruthless person kill the strongest young experts of the five major immortal sections. That kind of figure is simply unstoppable. He's a terrifying person. It's said that the Dark Heart Sword Sect, the Ink Feather Origin Hall, the Rainbow Blood Immortal Sect, and the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate, have all kept quiet and didn't immediately send experts to kill that person. They are really afraid of that ruthless young man. In the hands of that ruthless young man, the 8 great immortal sects suffered heavy losses. These cultivators trembled. In the distance, Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile stood together. Hearing the discussions of these cultivators, their expressions didn't change. They didn't care about the 10,000 swords Mountain Divine Sun and the 9 Zither Divine Sect's Holy Sun. Instead, their eyes fell on the princess of the Yao family. This was because he heard from Wuxing Crocodile that the weapon control technique he mastered was a secret technique of the Yao family. Now that he came to the 6th heaven and saw the strongest descendant of the Yao family, he naturally couldn't help but take a second look. Seeing his action, Wuxing Crocodile naturally knew what he was thinking at this time, but he didn't say anything. Boom! At this moment, the surface of the river suddenly boiled, and a stronger immortal light rushed up, and the spiritual energy fluctuations became stronger. Suddenly, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. They didn't have time to be surprised by the appearance of the princess of the Yao family and the Holy Sun. They rushed towards the river again, all wanting to enter the ancient ruins below to search for treasures as soon as possible. After all, there will definitely be treasures in such ancient ruins. If they can find them, it will definitely increase their combat power greatly. It is very likely that they will soar into the sky and become the strongest cultivator in the world. It is naturally very tempting for ordinary cultivators. Whoosh! 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 3 whistling sounds sounded. The 10,000 swords Mountain Divine Sun, the 9 Zither Divine Sect's Holy Sun, and the princess of the Yao family all had dense divine light intertwined around their bodies. At this moment, they all shot into the river, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the distance, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he said to Wuxing Crocodile, "Let's go!" Wuxing Crocodile nodded. He used his demonic power to protect little Yi Tong, who was on his back, and followed Lin Tianyi into the river in the blink of an eye. After entering the river, the man and the crocodile could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the river was very dense. They dove all the way down, and not long after, they broke through the mud at the bottom of the river, creating an invisible barrier. Buzz! Lin Tian made his move. He wrapped Wuxing Crocodile and little Yi Tong with dragon patterns. He took a step forward and directly passed through the 5 elements barrier. Suddenly, they appeared in an extremely spacious underground world. The soil was a bit reddish-yellow, and there were many mountains. There were many strange plants growing, and there were faint roars of beasts coming from the mountains, intertwined with very strong demonic power. Lin Tian looked at this scene and felt a bit emotional. He felt that nature was really mysterious. There was actually such an ancient site under an ordinary river. There were large mountains and old forests, and there were even powerful demonic beasts. It was really astonishing. However, even though he was rueful, he wasn't surprised. After all, he had even seen the book of life and death that was rumored among the people. A large ruin under a great river wasn't anything special. There were many similar places in the world. He and Wuxing Crocodile passed through the invisible barrier and landed on the surface of the ancient site. Strands of dragon patterns immediately spread out from the soles of their feet. He used the dragon burial scripture to measure this ancient site and find out if there really was a complete source vein in this ancient site. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the east of the ancient site. Strands of light flashed in his eyes. "You found the source vein." Wuxing Crocodile knew that Lin Tian was using the dragon burial scripture to search for the source vein in this underground site. He could not help but ask when he saw the light in Lin Tian's eyes. Found it. Lin Tian nodded and looked towards the east of the site. There are roughly 4 of them. Now that his cultivation had reached the 9th heavenly layer, his control of the dragon burial scripture had naturally become more proficient. The dragon patterns could extend very far, and his perception of Lingjing's source vein had become stronger. Great, let's go. Wuxing Crocodile immediately said. Lin Tian nodded and led the way, quickly heading towards the east of the ancient site. There were already quite a few cultivators gathered in the ruins. As he rushed deeper into the ruins, naturally, many cultivators noticed him, and all of them turned pale with fright. Isn't this that ruthless person? It's rumored that he destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect and killed the Wuzhen experts sent by the Dark Heart Sword sect and the other 8 great forces. Why is he here now? The hearts of many cultivators palpitated, and when they saw Lin Tian, they all retreated in unison, afraid that they would accidentally offend Lin Tian. How could a person who could kill a Wuzhen realm elite and even destroy a super large sect not be feared? Lin Tian did not care about these people. His footsteps did not change as he continued to head towards the east of the ancient site. Boom! At this moment, a shocking demonic aura came from a mountain not far in front of him. Dozens of powerful demonic beasts rushed out from the mountain. These dozens of demonic beasts were very powerful. After rushing out of the mountain, they coincidentally saw Lin Tian and directly pounced towards Lin Tian. Their powerful demonic aura shattered the void. Lin Tian was expressionless. His footsteps did not change, and his speed did not change. Only a golden sword ray appeared around his body. It clanged and slashed forward like a rain of swords. For a moment, slashing sounds could be heard as the dozens of powerful demonic beasts were all killed in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the eyes of the group of cultivators behind him. They could not help but tremble. Among those demonic beasts, there seemed to be existences comparable to the Great Path realm. There seemed to be 5 or 6 of them, but they were all killed by him as if he was cutting grass. He's really as terrifying as the rumors say. This combat strength is simply... These cultivators stared at Lin Tian and felt a chill run down their spines. In front of them, Lin Tian's expression was normal. He let the Wuxing Crocodile follow behind him and slightly increased his speed. After passing through one mountain after another, they stopped in front of a stone wall after an hour. The 4 source veins you mentioned just now are here? The Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. His right leg shook slightly, and a layer of soil in front of him collapsed with the dragon pattern. Immediately, a powerful spiritual energy rushed up. Looking at it, one could vaguely see 4 large dragons entwined under the collapsed soil. The spiritual energy was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Chapter 962. In response to Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tianwei nodded slightly. There were now 4 complete source veins entwined together in this place. He could now reconstruct little Yi Tong's source energy and meridians before reattaching the divine eye. He raised his right hand and moved his 5 fingers at the same time. Strands of formation patterns intertwined. It took him about 2 hours to engrave 3 grand sealing formations, a 7th level immortal thunder killing formation, and a corner of the eternal killing formation. Done, he looked towards Wuxing Crocodile and said, "I'll bring him in to perform the technique. You stay here for the time being." "All right, hurry up," Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tianwei nodded. He carried little Yi Tong from Wuxing Crocodile's back and enveloped little Yi Tong with his golden divine power. Then he stepped into the 4 source veins with a single step. For a moment, rich spiritual energy immediately drowned him and little Yi Tong. Originally, little Yi Tong's current cultivation level would not have been able to withstand the boundless spiritual energy of the source veins. However, With his golden divine power protecting her and his personal supervision, there was naturally no problem in entering the source veins. Master will now reconstruct your source energy and meridians before reattaching the divine eye. This process will be a little painful, so you must bear with it, he gently said to little Yi Tong. Little Yi Tong was very obedient and nodded obediently after hearing this. Lin Tianwei took a deep breath and brought little Yi Tong to the center of the 4 source veins. Golden divine power enveloped the little fellow as strands of pale light gradually surged out from his body. He raised his hands and formed a seal. Pale imprints floated out from his body as strands of pale runes spread out from his 10 fingers and intertwined in the surroundings, quickly forming a pale heart divine diagram. This was the pale heart divine diagram of the immortal origin treasure technique recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. At this moment, it completely enveloped little Yi Tong and emitted strands of divine light. Activate. After the imprint of the elixir diagram of celestial source was completed, his eyes shone with a faint glow as he uttered a word softly. Immediately, the pale diagram enveloping little Yi Tong trembled slightly as an even brighter light erupted from it, drawing in the surrounding source vein spirit chi. The source vein spirit chi did not directly flow into Yi Tong's body. Instead, it first entered the immortal source elixir diagram. After passing through the diagram, it interweaved into elixir Tao chains before entering Yi Tong's body, causing little Yi Tong to violently tremble. Be good and bear with it, Lin Tian said softly. He was using the immortal origin treasure technique to reconstruct little Yi Tong's source meridians. The process would be very painful. At this time, the technique had truly begun. Little Yi Tong naturally felt intense pain. Yes, little Yi Tong's body trembled violently, but she did not cry out in pain. Whooshing Crocodile stood outside the 4 source veins. When he saw little Yi Tong trembling nonstop, he naturally knew that little Yi Tong was in a lot of pain. He could not help but say, Brat Lin, slow down the technique's progress a little. We don't lack time right now. Let the little one suffer less. Lin Tian nodded. He used his mind to control the immortal origin treasure technique, causing the light emitted by the immortal origin elixir diagram to gradually become gentler. The spirit chi from the surrounding source veins also gradually slowed down, causing little Yi Tong's body to no longer tremble violently. He used the immortal origin treasure technique as a formation and the spirit chi from the source veins as a guide to interweave numerous elixir Tao seals, creating immortal origin treasure chains that continuously entered little Yi Tong's body to repair little Yi Tong's damaged source and withered meridians. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk for a time. The space flickered with a gentle light as the spirit chi from the surrounding source veins slowly weakened. At the same time, little Yi Tong's essence, energy, and spirit continued to rise. Her blood and chi also became stronger little by little. In the blink of an eye, a total of 7 days passed. On this day, more than half of the 4 source veins had been consumed, causing the spirit chi to become much weaker. However, Yi Tong's essence, energy, and spirit were more than 10 times stronger than before. Her blood and chi were also more than 10 times stronger than before. The withered meridians in her body had completely recovered, while her damaged source had recovered by 70%. Good. You're almost completely healed, Whooshing Crocodile said in a low voice. Lin Tian supported the celestial origin treasure technique, and many elixir seals circled around his body. At this moment, he formed another seal and directly took out a strand of his reincarnation origin, which quickly entered little Yi Tong's body. Then, it turned into immortal light and entered little Yi Tong's origin. Immediately, little Yi Tong trembled violently. Astonishing celestial radiance radiated from his body. His aura skyrocketed in an instant like an erupting volcano. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk Lin Tian formed a seal and used the immortal origin treasure technique. At the same time, he used a wisp of his reincarnation essence to cleanse little Yi Tong's life source, causing little Yi Tong's life source to become incomparably bright as it began to recover at an astonishing speed. Soon, another 3 days passed. Little Yi Tong's life source was completely healed. It became even brighter than before and vaguely more powerful than before. Under the cleansing of Lin Tian's reincarnation essence, it completed a small sublimation. A faint light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. He naturally knew all of this very clearly. He inwardly said, "Very good." He maintained the immortal origin treasure technique and used the source veins, spirit qi, to stabilize and comb the little fellow's flesh source. He only stopped after 6 hours. With a wave of his right hand, he took out 2 jade containers. They were filled with clear and transparent, soul-absorbing pond water. A god's eye was soaked in each of the containers, and densely packed dragon inscriptions sealed the openings of the containers. Master will now reconnect your god's eye. Remember, remain calm, he said to little Yi Tong in a deep voice. Reconstructing the source meridians was very important, but the process of reconnecting the god's eye was even more important. There was no room for error. Little Yi Tong could not see at the moment, but she could hear the solemnity in Lin Tian's voice. She was very obedient and nodded earnestly. Lin Tian took a deep breath. With a wave of his right hand, the white gauze wrapped around little Yi Tong's eyes immediately shattered and scattered. The 2 jade containers floated beside him. He raised his hand to form a seal and executed a dozen divine arts from the medicine encyclopedia in succession. Together with the spirit qi from the surrounding source vein, they slowly merged into Yi Tong's eyes to first nourish the pupils that had lost their eyes. Very quickly, after several dozen breaths, he opened the 2 jade containers with a thought. Using the light of the dragon inscriptions and the medicine encyclopedia's immortal light, he simultaneously took out the 2 gods' eyes. After unblocking Yi Tong's eyes, the 2 gods' eyes slowly sank into them. Immediately, the 2 gods' eyes returned to their original position under his extremely careful control and reconnected with Yi Tong's pupils. Then he directly took out the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and hovered above little Yi Tong's head. Wisps of divine light fell, and some entered Yi Tong's eyes, guiding the 2 gods' eyes to truly connect with the source meridians. Just like that, the reincarnation diagram flickered. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. In the blink of an eye, a full 18 hours had passed. At this moment, little Yi Tong trembled violently and could not help but cry out in pain. However, an incomparably resplendent divine light appeared in his eyes, forcefully illuminating the space within a radius of 30 meters. Moreover, an extremely powerful aura overflowed from him. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the little guy's eyes were shockingly bright. His entire body was surrounded by divine light, like 2 blazing little suns. Vaguely, strands of innate Tao marks intertwined and appeared from his divine eyes. The initial awakening of the god's eyes is equivalent to the initial monarch physique. Moreover, these eyes seem to be more powerful than the previous god's eyes. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a faint light. At this moment, he retreated a lot, and the reincarnation diagram also withdrew on its own and returned to his body. The phoenix's nirvana can transcend the primordial state. The little fellow's eyes have been recovered, and now they are perfectly compatible with her body. It's similar to the phoenix's nirvana, he said. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. In short, this is a good thing. Little Munchkin's future will become even more resplendent than before. Boom! In the origin meridian, little Yi Tong's eyes not only emitted astonishing divine light, but her life essence also lit up. There was a golden light that was identical to Lin Tian's emitted from her body, turning into a golden pillar of light that was 5 feet in diameter. It pierced into the sky, shocking many people in this space. Many powerful cultivators couldn't help but look over. This is This fluctuation is clearly true essence. But how can the array and aura be so powerful? This doesn't make sense. Who the hell is emitting such golden light this? Many cultivators were shocked. In the origin meridian, light swirled around little Yi Tong's body. More and more innate Tao runes appeared in her eyes, and her eyes grew brighter and brighter. This kind of Tao pattern was the innate Tao pattern of the Divine Sun Eye. Now that the Divine Sun Eye had just been formed, the Tao pattern inside it was like some kind of seal had been unlocked, revealing a part of it, giving people a kind of magical feeling. At the same time, the golden light around little Yi Tong's body grew even more astonishing. The surrounding origin meridian spirit began to enter her body little by little, causing her essence, spirit, and cultivation to rise at an astonishing speed. The Sun Heart Sutra you pass to her is circulating on its own, causing little Munchkin to subconsciously cultivate. At this rate, with the help of the origin meridian essence here, she can even reach the immortal stage in one go. Whooshing Crocodile said, with the remaining origin meridian essence here, she can indeed reach the immortal stage in one go. However, she can't raise her cultivation level by so many levels at once. Her Tao foundation will become loose, and it will affect her future. Lin Tian said, everything was about the process and gradual progress. Although cultivating with the origin meridian spirit chi would not have any side effects. Raising one's cultivation level by too many levels at once was definitely not a good thing for the cultivator. Indeed, she can't raise her cultivation level by too many levels at once. Whooshing Crocodile said, at most she can reach the knowledge C stage. That's what I think too. Lin Tian on Dao. Going directly from the body refining realm to the spiritual C realm was, in fact, an increase of many cultivation levels. However, little Yi Tong now had the divine eye of the sun, so she could adapt to this speed. It would not have any effect on her Taoist foundation later on. He and Whooshing Crocodile stood to the side, silently watching little Yi Tong. Very quickly, a total of 9 days passed. Chapter 963. Little Yi Tong's divine sense intertwined between her eyebrows, and the golden light around her body became even more dazzling. First level of knowledge, C. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. It's done. He took a step forward and directly cut off Yi Tong's connection with the surrounding Genesis vein essence, preventing her from absorbing the Genesis vein essence to cultivate. At the same time, he shrouded her with his divine power to help her sort out her current cultivation. The golden light around her body calmed down and became more stable under Lin Tian's guidance. Just like that, another 2 hours passed very quickly. The golden light around little Yi Tong's body was completely absorbed, and the divine light in her eyes disappeared. The Tao runes that had appeared on her sun eye also disappeared, and it was no different from an ordinary person's eyes. Wake up! Lin Tian pointed. An ray of light entered Yi Tong's forehead. Previously, the Sun Heart Sutra had been circulating rapidly on its own, causing little Yi Tong's consciousness to become a little hazy. At this time, he used his divine sense to wake her up. Little Yi Tong's body trembled, and her big bright eyes suddenly filled with vigor. She blinked several times and rubbed her eyes a few times, then looked at Lin Tian in front of her. Her eyes suddenly became wet, and she rushed over to hug Lin Tian's leg. Master, I can see you. The little girl choked. I can see. Hugging Lin Tian's leg, the little girl cried loudly. She was both happy and sad. Lin Tian rubbed the little girl's head tenderly. Master promised you that I will take back what belongs to you in one piece. This was his first and only disciple. Now that her divine eye had been reconnected, her origin had been sublimated, and her divine eye had been formed, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking back, the little girl had really suffered a lot over the past few days. Little thing, it's good that you've recovered. Whooshing Crocodile smiled. Little Yi Tong looked at Whooshing Crocodile with tears streaming down her face. "Uncle Crocodile." Whooshing Crocodile nodded with a smile and said, "Don't cry. A real man bleeds, not tears." Little Yi Tong sniffled. Her tears lessened a little, but then she cried even louder. Lin Tian crouched down and said gently, "It's okay. Just cry if you want to." After all, little Yi Tong was only 5 years old. Wasn't it normal for 5-year-old children to cry when they were sad? Little Yi Tong threw herself into Lin Tian's arms and cried even harder. "Daddy, Mommy, they're all gone." Hearing this, Whooshing Crocodile fell silent. It had lived for so long, so it naturally knew what it meant for a 5-year-old child to lose its parents. Lin Tian patted the little boy's back and comforted him softly. "Don't be afraid. Master is here." "Boo-hoo! Master!" Little Yi Tong was very sad. Lin Tian crouched down and comforted little Yi Tong. Whooshing Crocodile also spoke at the right time. After more than 2 hours, the little boy finally stopped crying and calmed down a lot. Lin Tian wiped away the little boy's tears and rubbed its head. Then he stood up again. He looked ahead. There was about half of the 4 complete source veins left, and there was a very strong spiritual energy. He directly compressed it with the dragon burial scripture, turning this half of the source veins' spiritual energy into a fist-sized ball of light. Then he put it away. "Let's go." He held little Yi Tong's hand and said to Whooshing Crocodile. Now little Yi Tong's divine eyes had returned and she could see again. There was no need for Whooshing Crocodile to carry her. She could walk on her own. "Let's go, let's go," Whooshing Crocodile said. Immediately, Lin Tian held little Yi Tong's hand and walked back the way they came. Now that little Yi Tong's origin and meridians had been reconstructed, and her divine eyes had been reconnected, moreover, they were even stronger than before, he had nothing to worry about, so he slowed down. Boom! At that moment, the ground in this space suddenly shook violently. A short mountain in the distance suddenly collapsed, and waves of yin qi rushed up from below, causing the temperature in this space to drop by several degrees. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile's expressions immediately changed. Little Yi Tong held Lin Tian's hand and also looked into the distance. Over there, where the short mountain had collapsed, a huge stone door vaguely appeared. The stone door was filled with cracks, and the rolling yin qi was spreading out from the cracks on the stone door. It was so thick that it was somewhat frightening. It dyed the nearby mountains with a layer of black, corroding the old trees. Some demonic beasts that were comparable to immortal realm experts were even accidentally contaminated by the yin qi and were immediately turned into a pool of thick black blood by the yin qi. A tomb! Whooshing Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this kind of yin qi is not simple. Master Crocodile estimates that it is at least the tomb of a powerhouse above the 5th heaven of Nirvana realm. It has existed for a very long time, at least more than 10,000 years. Before coming here, didn't I hear some cultivators say that there is a big tomb in this ruins by a strange person who is proficient in the Tao of tomb burial? It should be the one in front of us, Lin Tian said. He looked in that direction. The yin qi that seeped out from the stone door under the collapsed hill was indeed terrifying. Moreover, he could even vaguely hear the ear-piercing howls of ghosts coming from behind the stone door. Clearly, there were many demons inside, and they were very strong. At this time, from all directions, the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard. Many cultivators rushed there. There is really a super big tomb. According to this kind of yin qi, the scale of this tomb must be very shocking. There must be a lot of treasures inside. There must be a divine weapon. Many cultivators rushed near the short mountain, each of them looking excited. Then, naturally, many cultivators began to take action. For a time, divine powers and secret techniques were used to smash the huge stone door. They dispersed the yin qi around the stone door with their divine power. Then, one by one, they rushed into the tomb. During this process, some cultivators even fought among themselves. Whoever rushed into the tomb first would fight with their swords. Soon, corpses fell to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the air being torn apart could be heard. Many cultivators rushed to the short mountain from afar. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of cultivators had rushed into the tomb. In the distance, Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile were quietly looking at the big tomb on the short mountain. Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao, "Kid Lin, we don't have anything else to do now. There's such a big tomb in front of us. Why don't we go in and take a look?" "Sure." Lin Tian nodded. Little Yi Tong's body had recovered, and her divine eye had been reconnected. They really didn't have anything else to do now. At this time, since a big tomb had opened in front of them, they naturally had to give it a try. After all, such a huge tomb should contain extraordinary treasures. Immediately, he held little Yi Tong's hand and walked with Whooshing Crocodile toward the collapsed short mountain in the distance. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. They appeared close to the short mountain. They felt that the air here was much colder than other places. It was as if they were in a bottomless snow abyss. They could clearly see the dark space behind the stone door. "Quick, go in." I saw an immortal light flash in the darkness behind the stone door. "There must be a great treasure. This time we must get something." More cultivators rushed over from all directions. Each of them had an excited expression as they rushed into the tomb. Then, gradually, the number of cultivators that rushed here decreased. "Go in," Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. "Let's go." He held little Yi Tong's hand and walked into the tomb. In the blink of an eye, they stepped into the tomb. They saw that there were many tomb passages in the tomb, extending in all directions. The air was even colder, and there was a rotten smell. It was very unpleasant. "Are you cold?" Lin Tian asked little Yi Tong. The little one shook her head and said, "No, I'm not cold." Whooshing Crocodile flapped its wings and looked at little Yi Tong. It said, "Although the little one is only 5 years old and in the spirit sea realm, her life force has become more powerful. Moreover, the divine eye of the sun has been formed. Her physique is stronger than that of ordinary airborne realm cultivators. She should be able to withstand this cold." Lin Tian glanced at it and did not say anything. He held little Yi Tong's hand and walked down one of the tomb passages. The tomb passage was very wide. He held little Yi Tong's hand and walked very far away in no time. Arg! At that moment, there was a scream in front of them. It was very shrill, and there was a strong smell of blood. As far as the eye could see, there were cultivators targeted by evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, their internal organs were dug out, and they died very miserably. In the next moment, the evil spirit suddenly turned its head and stared at Lin Tianyi and the others. After letting out a ghostly howl, it rushed straight at them with strong yin qi. Golden light rushed out of Lin Tian's body and turned into a sword light that slashed forward, directly cutting the evil spirit into ashes. He then held little Yi Tong's hand and continued to walk forward. Gradually, they walked very far away. The yin qi in the air became thicker. Several corpses could be seen on the ground from time to time. They were either killed by humans or evil spirits. Blood stained the surface of the tomb red. Clang! Suddenly, there was the sound of soldiers not far away, accompanied by very strong divine power fluctuations. At the same time, there was also a very terrifying aura of death in front of them. It was so thick that it was somewhat frightening. Lin Tian held Yi Tong's hand and walked forward. After walking for another 300 meters, they saw a woman in front of them, fighting with a rotten corpse. There were dozens of precious weapons floating around her, all of them shining with cold light. The princess of the Yao clan, Whooshing Crocodile, stared ahead and narrowed its eyes slightly. It seems that this girl is in trouble. That rotten corpse is not simple. It is a real demon. Chapter 964. Lin Tian looked in front of him. The Wujin ghost deity level zombie was surrounded by a deathly mist. It spat out poisonous light from its mouth, corroding the space inch by inch. The princess of the Yao family was forced to step back. Clang, clang, clang. Next to the princess of the Yao clan, there were more than 10 treasures. Their combined attack was very frightening, but it was useless against the rotten corpse. It only created sparks of light as if they were slashing against a hard iron body. Roar! The zombie roared. Its sharp ghost claws were intertwined with dense, dark light. With one claw, it shattered the dozens of precious weapons of the princess of the Yao family. In the next moment, the ghost deity-level zombie released an even thicker, deathly mist, enveloping the princess of the Yao family. It's over. Whooshing Crocodile saw this scene and couldn't help but shake its head. This deathly mist is very scary. There are even traces of precepts lingering inside. With the princess of the Yao family's current cultivation, she can't break this deathly mist. It's like falling into the ghost deity-level zombie's food cage. She will be devoured in a few dozen breaths at most. In fact, what it said was true. The princess of the Yao family was indeed trapped in this deathly mist. She couldn't break it no matter how hard she tried. Her divine power and life force were quickly draining away, and many of her precious weapons were shattered. Roar! The zombie roared again. Its ghost claws shattered all the precious weapons of the princess of the Yao family. Then the deathly mist in the surroundings gathered crazily in the middle like a tide. It pressed towards the princess of the Yao family as if it was going to corrode everything. Suddenly, even though the princess of the Yao family was at the third sky of the Great Path and was very powerful, she couldn't help but change her expression. Lin Tian looked at this scene with a glimmer of light in his eyes. He held Yi Tong with his left hand, and a golden sword light appeared in his right hand. With a wave of his hand, the golden sword light slashed forward. Clang! Accompanied by an ear-piercing sword sound, the golden sword light appeared beside the princess of the Yao family in the blink of an eye. It tore apart the thick, deathly mist and sent the Wujin ghost deity flying. He cultivated the weapon-controlling technique. Although he obtained this precious technique from a tomb, this technique was still closely related to the Yao family. Now that he saw the Yao family's princess in danger, about to face a disaster, he didn't want to just sit by and watch. In front of the deathly mist, the princess of the Yao family was shocked. She looked at the direction of the golden sword light and saw Lin Tian, little Yi Tong, and Whooshing Crocodile. It's you! Seeing Lin Tian, she couldn't help but be shocked. In the past few days, Lin Tian had killed the holy princes of the Dark Heart Sword sect and the other 2 great sections. He had also killed the strongest experts of the 5 great sects, including the coiling dragon Holy Gate. He had also killed more than a dozen experts from the 8 great forces. He had disintegrated the True Moon Immortal cult, and he had killed the Wujin experts from the 8 great forces. His name had long spread throughout the heavenly region, and he was rumored to be the strongest expert of the younger generation. As the current successor of the Yao family, the princess of the Yao family naturally knew of Lin Tian. At this moment, an eerie roar sounded. The rotten corpse stood up in the distance, and its pupils turned blood red. It was very terrifying. It let out a ghostly howl, and like the friction of glass, it pounced on the princess of the Yao family again. The princess of the Yao family knew how terrifying the rotten corpse was, and she quickly retreated. Clang! The sword sound was ear-piercing, and it suppressed everything. The rotten corpse's movement towards the princess of the Yao family couldn't help but stop. Lin Tian moved again, and with a sweep of his right hand, he slashed out the heaven-piercing sword. This was one of the secret moves of the heaven-piercing sword manual, and it was equivalent to a great ability. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the rotten corpse. With a poof, it was chopped into pieces, leaving a pool of thick black blood on the ground. The princess of the Yao family was shocked again. She couldn't even escape from a powerful Wuxian immortal demon, but now it was actually chopped into pieces by a person of the same generation as her. This stunned her for a moment, and her eyes were filled with shock. However, she wasn't an ordinary person, and she quickly recovered from the shock. She walked in front of Lin Tian and bowed to Lin Tian seriously. "Thank you for saving me." Lin Tian looked at her, and his expression was very calm. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Who knows? You might use your sword against me in the future," he said calmly. Once the Yao family found out that he had mastered the weapon control technique, the big shots of the Yao family would definitely not let him go. After all, that was the strongest celestial technique of the Yao family, and even within the Yao family, only the core members of the direct line of descent could cultivate it. How could the Yao family be happy that an outsider like him had mastered such a celestial technique? The princess of the Yao family frowned. "You saved my life, so how could I point my sword at you?" She couldn't understand Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian looked at her and didn't explain anything. "In a few days, I will pay a visit to your Yao family," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled little Yi Tong deeper into the tomb. Wuxing crocodile curled its lips and flapped its 5-colored wings to follow. The princess of the Yao family was moved again. "Pay a visit to my family?" She paused and quickly followed. "What are you going to my family for?" "To have a heart-to-heart talk with your family head," Lin Tian said casually. "What?" The princess of the Yao family frowned again. Lin Tian glanced at her, but still didn't explain anything. He held little Yi Tong's hand and walked slowly through the dark mausoleum. His footsteps echoed in the air from time to time. Very quickly, he walked out over 300 meters. "Why are you following us?" He stopped and looked at the princess of the Yao family. "I also walked this tomb path," the princess of the Yao family said and added, "and I walked this path first." Lin Tian thought for a moment, and it seemed to be true. So he didn't say anything else, and continued to walk forward. As they walked deeper into the tomb, the air became colder, as if they were walking in a hell. The princess of the Yao family looked at Lin Tian as she walked, paused, and said to Lin Tian, "I am Yao Ming, what about you?" Lin Tian said casually. Yao Ming nodded and didn't say anything else. The group continued to walk forward. Not long after, a violent aura suddenly surged in front of them, and a monster beast covered in blood-red scales appeared. It had 3 eyes, a wolf-like body, and 4-inch-long fangs. Yao Ming obviously recognized this blood-scale monster beast, and her face changed. "Corpse-devouring beast!" The Wuxing crocodile stared ahead and said, "We encountered this thing again. When we were in the 5th heaven, we were chased by this thing quite miserably." It stared ahead and said, "However, this corpse-devouring beast is stronger than the one we encountered before. It's comparable to a half-step enlightenment realm powerhouse. Corpse-devouring beasts can only appear in the tombs of true powerhouses. They specialize in eating corpses, and they prefer the flesh and blood of living people." When Lin Tian and the Bai siblings were training in the 5th heaven, they encountered a great Dao realm corpse-devouring beast in one of the tombs. At that time, they were chased very miserably. In front of them, the corpse-devouring beast's aura was violent and cold. It stared at Lin Tian and the others as if it had found its prey. Its 3 eyes were filled with ferocity, and with a low roar, it rushed towards the group of people like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Violent killing intent surged, and for a moment the entire tomb trembled. In the blink of an eye, the corpse-devouring beast arrived in front of them. The cold aura it emitted made Yao Ming, a 3rd heavenly layer supreme, tremble slightly. Lin Tian was expressionless. He waited until the corpse-devouring beast was really close to him before he made a move. He slapped it to the ground, then raised his right leg and stomped on it. Suddenly, the corpse-devouring beast screamed in pain. It struggled under Lin Tian's foot, erupting with an even more violent aura. Lin Tian raised his right leg and viciously stomped down again. This stomp was merciless, and the corpse-devouring beast was trampled into pieces. Blood flowed all over the ground. Yao Ming's eyes widened again. The corpse-devouring beast, which was comparable to a half-step enlightenment expert, was actually stomped to death by Lin Tian's foot. This, she stared at Lin Tian, and the shock in her eyes deepened. Lin Tian didn't care much. It was just a half-step enlightenment-level corpse-devouring beast. For the current him, it was really nothing. In fact, it was not much different from killing a third-level demonic beast. He pulled little Yi Tong and continued to walk into the depths of the tomb. Not long after they walked out, a shrill scream came from ahead. At the same time, it was mixed with chaotic divine power and yin qi. He didn't change his pace and quickly walked for more than 1,000 feet. He saw that the space in front of him had become very wide. Many tomb passages gathered in one place, and there was a dense group of Yin soldiers and Yin generals here. They were crazily killing the cultivators who walked to this place. Blood dyed a large area of the ground red. Ah! A cultivator screamed as his throat was bitten by a ferocious ghost. The blood on his body was cleanly devoured in the blink of an eye. These Yin soldiers all rushed out from the depths of the tomb. There were even Ghost King-level existences among them. A few ordinary cultivators couldn't stop them at all. They all retreated in panic and fled outside. Of course, there were also very powerful cultivators among them. They didn't care about these Yin soldiers and could even stop the Ghost Kings. They used their divine abilities to crush the Yin soldiers and ghosts one by one as they rushed towards the depths. Boom! Yin Qi billowed. At this time, a Ghost King-level evil monster stared at Lin Tian and the others and charged straight at them. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. Golden divine light shot out from his body and transformed into a large sword, shattering the Ghost King that was charging at him. At the same time, the unparalleled might of the sword wiped out a large number of ghosts in front of him, cleaving open a path. "Let's go," he said to the whooshing crocodile. With that, he pulled little Yi Tong and continued to walk deeper into the tomb. The whooshing crocodile casually followed beside them. Yao Ming paused for a moment before following him. At this time, there was only one path to the depths of the tomb. Chapter 965. The stone chamber was huge, and dozens of coffins were arranged in an orderly manner, causing the atmosphere in the stone chamber to seem somewhat stifling. Lin Tian looked at these coffins. In his sea of consciousness, the yin-yang lotus sea suddenly swayed, and strands of yin sunlight spread out. "Master, there are strange things in these coffins." Little Yi Tong said softly. Lin Tian looked at little Yi Tong, and his gaze fell on her eyes. He couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking that her divine eyes were indeed extraordinary. It should be known that his current cultivation was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Tao, and he had the yin-yang lotus sea, which was an anomaly in his sea of consciousness that specialized in restraining demons and evil. At this time, he only felt that there might be evil in these coffins, but the little fellow spoke with such certainty. Obviously, she had already seen through the coffins. Yao Ming followed behind, and when she heard this, she was slightly surprised. She looked curiously at Yi Tong, who was beside Lin Tian. Then, her gaze suddenly fell on Yi Tong's eyes, and she immediately revealed a trace of surprise. What bright eyes! She didn't know that Yi Tong's eyes were the divine eyes of the sun, but she keenly felt that the little fellow's eyes were very unusual, very unusual. There were other cultivators in this stone chamber who had arrived before Lin Tian and the others. They were looking around, and at this time they obviously heard little Yi Tong's voice. Many of them immediately looked in the direction of little Yi Tong, who had made the sound. "Little brat, what strange thing is that? Don't speak nonsense." A bald cultivator with a scar on his face stared at little Yi Tong with a malicious expression. "Speaking of which, a little brat like you actually dared to come here. Let me see who your master is, to actually bring you to such a place. The bald cultivator moved his gaze and looked at Lin Tian, who was holding little Yi Tong's hand. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he staggered back, recognizing Lin Tian. You! These days, Lin Tian's reputation and appearance had long been spread in this heaven domain. Very few people didn't know him. At this time, seeing Lin Tian holding little Yi Tong's hand, the bald cultivator's eyes immediately revealed a panicked expression. At the same time, the other cultivators in this stone chamber also noticed Lin Tian, and they were all moved. Lin Tian coldly glanced at the bald cultivator. Watch your words. Yes, of course. The bald cultivator was in the immortal realm, and his cultivation was extraordinary. But at this time he repeatedly nodded at Lin Tian with a terrified expression of Lin Tian's face. This was a ruthless person who even destroyed a large sect like the True Moon Immortal sect, and he actually described the child beside him as an egg yolk cub. At this time he was naturally afraid that Lin Tian would attack him. Lin Tian glanced at the bald cultivator, then looked elsewhere. Although this bald cultivator's words were unpleasant to hear, it wasn't an unforgivable crime. He couldn't attack him just because of this. In this place, many cultivators looked at Lin Tian with fear, and at the same time, they carefully sized up this huge stone chamber. There's a stone door there. Suddenly, a cultivator spoke, pointing to the end of the stone chamber. Looking over, there was indeed a stone door there, and there were many images of birds and beasts engraved on it. Behind this should be the owner's tomb. Someone was pleasantly surprised. In an instant, a group of cultivators surrounded the stone door, and someone directly attacked it, wanting to open it. However, the stone door was tightly shut, and these cultivators couldn't open it at all. Their divine abilities and secret techniques were also useless. Squeak! At this time, a strange sound was heard, like the claws of a wild beast scratching against glass, exceptionally ear-piercing. Immediately, many cultivators were instinctively shocked. Squeak! The same sound was heard again, and then the dozens of coffins in this huge stone chamber began to tremble. Waves of evil energy seeped out from the coffins. These coffins, there really are evil spirits inside. At this time, the expression of all the cultivators here changed. Lin Tian held little Yi Tong's hand and quietly stood in place. The yin-yang lotus in his mind swayed even more violently, and strands of yin light spread out like ripples, intertwining in his mind. Be careful! The things inside these coffins aren't simple. Conservatively speaking, they're at least at the ghost god level. He said to Whooshing Crocodile, just by standing here, it could cause the yin-yang lotus in his mind to move. It was clear that it wasn't a simple evil spirit. Whooshing Crocodile heard his words and couldn't help but stare. There are more than 40 coffins in this place, and they're all ghost gods at the ghost god level. Lin Tian's face didn't change. He tilted his head and looked at a corner of the stone chamber. There a coffin had already been shattered, and there was nothing inside. Whooshing Crocodile followed his gaze and couldn't help but be slightly moved. He tilted his head and looked at Yao family's princess, Yao Ming. Yao Ming clearly knew what Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile were thinking at this time. She whispered, "The rotten corpse I met earlier ran out of that shattered coffin." Obviously, Lin Tian Andao. With a rumbling sound, the dozens of coffins in the stone chamber shook even more violently. An even more turbulent yin qi interweaved. Then, with a cracking sound, the coffins collapsed one after another, and the rotten corpses stood up from the coffins. Suddenly, the cold yin qi interweaved in every corner of this stone chamber, causing the cultivators to tremble. This is it, someone trembled. Meanwhile, an entire 40+ rotting corpses stood up, and their bodies were coiled with extremely terrifying auras. They were like a few tens of death gods that had charged out from hell, and it caused all the cultivators to tremble as they felt the threat of death looming over them. More than 40 rotten corpses had blood-red eyes. A majestic fog of death interweaved, forcibly forming a black yin-chi barrier that enveloped the entire stone chamber, trapping all the cultivators in this stone chamber. Seeing the black barrier that suddenly formed, many cultivators were shocked. They immediately felt that they were isolated from the outside world and could no longer sense the aura outside the barrier. It was also at this time that the yin-chi surged, and the screams of ghosts were ear-piercing. The dozens of rotten corpses all moved, pouncing on the cultivators in the stone chamber. The billowing yin-chi of death seemed to want to corrode everything. In an instant, someone was in trouble. His abdomen was pierced, and his internal organs were pulled out along with his intestines. Ah! A miserable scream rang out, and blood splashed out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 cultivators in this stone chamber met with a great disaster. The rotten corpses that rushed out of the coffins tore them apart on the spot. Among them, there were even powerful cultivators at the 8th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Damn, they really are all Wuxin realm ghost gods. Wuxing Crocodile stared. More than 40 Wuxin realm ghost gods gathered together. This kind of formation was truly terrifying. Beside him, Yao Ming couldn't help but tremble. Although she was very powerful and was at the level of the Great Tao, she couldn't resist Wuxin realm ghost gods. Previously, she had already fought a Wuxin realm ghost god. She couldn't win at all and had almost died. At this time, there were more than 40 of such ferocious beasts in this stone chamber. How could she not be shocked? Lin Tian looked ahead and saw that more than half of the rotten corpses were rushing toward the stone door at the end of the stone chamber that was difficult to open. They were closing in on the cultivators nearby. The yin-chi outside their bodies was the strongest and most frightening. These coffins should have been left behind by the owner of the tomb. Before he buried himself, he must have done something to these rotting corpses, causing them to turn into powerful evil spirits in the future to protect his tomb at the final stage. He said. Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes and stared at the stone door at the end of the stone chamber that was difficult to open. He said, "It seems that the tomb owner's tomb is behind this stone door." Lin Tian nodded. This matter was already very obvious. At this time, an ear-piercing ghost howl rang out from ahead. A rotten corpse had fixed its eyes on Lin Tian and the others and directly rushed toward them. Immediately, rolling waves of yin energy surged towards him like a gust of cold wind. Golden divine light surged around Lin Tian's body, immediately protecting Yi Tong. Then a golden sword ray rushed out from his body and appeared in front of the charging rotten corpse in the blink of an eye. With a puff, it cut the corpse into pieces. "Follow me. Don't go too far," he said to Wuxing Crocodile and Yao Ming. He raised his head and looked ahead. Holding Yi Tong's hand, he walked toward the stone door at the end of the stone chamber that was difficult to open. Since they were already here and guessed that the tomb owner's tomb was behind the stone door, he naturally had to go in and take a look. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Yao Ming didn't dare to be careless and followed closely behind Lin Tian. Roar! A rotten corpse let out a ferocious roar, and 3 of them rushed toward the group. Lin Tian's left hand pulled little Yi Tong. With a wave of his right hand, he slashed out with the heaven-piercing sword, and 3 sword rays shot out. Puff! 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 3 black mists of blood exploded, and the 3 rotten corpses were instantly cut into pieces. Yao Ming couldn't help but tremble when she saw this scene. She was really shocked by Lin Tian's strength. 3 Wuxin realm ghosts rushed over together, but they were still killed so easily. Ah! Screams and cries of terror echoed in the stone chamber. Many cultivators' faces turned pale. Facing the Wuxin realm ghosts in the stone chamber, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. One by one they were killed and blood splattered everywhere. "We can't stop them. Run." At this time, many cultivators were afraid. Trembling, they rushed out of the stone chamber. However, in the next moment, screams rang out again. A cultivator crashed into the black barrier that enveloped the stone chamber, and the Yin-Chi entered his body. His body instantly began to melt, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a puddle of thick, stinking blood. Immediately, many cultivators who were rushing out stopped in their tracks and trembled. Afterward, some people tried to break the black barrier. They used various divine abilities and secret techniques, but it was useless. They couldn't destroy it. Roar! Ghost screams were ear-piercing, and the Yin-Chi surged. In the stone chamber, dozens of Wujin realm zombies had blood-red eyes. They were really like the gods of death. They crazily attacked the cultivators, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Screams rang out one after another. How could this be? How could there be so many corpses here? Are we all going to die here? Ah, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me. The screams continued, and blood continued to splatter. At this moment, the cultivators in the stone chamber were completely overwhelmed by fear. Even some of the powerful cultivators in the ninth heaven of the connecting immortal realm were no exception. Their bodies kept trembling, and their faces were full of despair. At this time, a cultivator suddenly looked at Lin Tian and asked for help in fear. "Fellow Taoist, save me! Save me!" Instantly, the other cultivators in the stone chamber were shocked, and then they all looked at Lin Tian. "Fellow Taoist, help us! Please, fellow Taoist, save us!" These cultivators knew that Lin Tian was very powerful. Even the true Moon Immortal sect was destroyed by him. At this time, all of them put their hopes on Lin Tian. They all trembled and looked at Lin Tian with hope and hope. At this time, Lin Tian was walking toward the stone door at the end of the stone chamber. When he saw these people crying for help, he couldn't help but stop and frown slightly. Then, in the next moment, he sighed slightly. The golden divine light around his body became thicker, and an extremely powerful sword will spread out. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword rays appeared around him and slashed in all directions, enveloping all the Wujin realm zombies in the stone chamber. Chapter 966. Lin Tiansha had met many cultivators, but he was definitely not a cold-hearted person. Now that the cultivators in the stone room were asking him for help, and he had the ability to save them, he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Golden divine light intertwined around his body as streaks of sword radiance shot out in all directions. The ear-piercing sound of the sword resonated throughout the entire stone room. Uft, uft, uft. The black blood mist exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 ordinary Wujin supernatural beings were killed, turning into pools of thick blood. For a moment, the cultivators in the stone room were delighted, shocked, and horrified. "So strong," someone said with a trembling voice. None of them could stop the supernatural beings, zombies that were comparable to Wujin supernatural beings. They were like ants in front of these zombies. But now these powerful zombies were so weak in Lin Tiansha's hands. They could not even withstand a single blow. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tiansha's expression was indifferent as the golden sword radiance kept slashing down. On the surface, these sword radiances looked like he was casually slashing out, but in reality they were all sword forces that he used the High Heavens Sword Manual to activate. Every sword force was comparable to a powerful divine ability. Uft, uft, uft. The black blood mist exploded. In this stone room, the powerful zombies fell one by one, and black blood flowed all over the floor. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 Wujin supernatural beings in this stone room were killed, and only 3 of them were left. Their bodies were covered in blood. Roar! The 3 zombies roared ferociously. Their blood-red eyes had a tinge of blue, and the death mist around them became thicker. Then, in the next moment, there was a whooshing sound as the three zombies emitted a ferocious aura. They were like three death gods as they broke through space and pounced toward Lin Tiansha. These three are not simple. They are much stronger than ordinary Wuxin supernatural beings. Whooshing Crocodile frowned. Lin Tian could naturally see that. When he used the High Heaven Sword Manual to slash out a dense sword aura, all the other zombies were killed except for these three zombies. The High Heaven Sword aura that he used only left some sword marks on their bodies. He waved his right hand slightly and activated the High Heaven Sword Manual even more. An even more astonishing sword force appeared and slashed forward. It landed firmly on the bodies of the three rotting corpses, drawing out a large amount of black blood. However, it was still unable to destroy them. This scene caused the cultivators in the stone room to be shocked. They could clearly see that these three zombies were many times more terrifying than the other zombies. "Brett, can you handle it?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. "No problem." Lin Tiandao, with a clang, a stone sword rushed out from his body. It was covered in strange patterns, and each of the patterns emitted a faint black light. It was like a sword of death. Immediately, a terrifying sword intent radiated, causing the entire stone room to shake violently. This is a high-grade divine weapon. The cultivators in the stone room cried out in surprise. Many people stared at the stone sword beside Lin Tian and could not help but be shocked. Even Yao Ming's heart trembled, and her face was full of shock. Her family was a top force in this heaven region, but the strongest weapon in her family was only a middle-grade divine weapon. However, Lin Tian actually had a high-grade divine weapon. Lin Tian unsheathed the stone sword. It was a high-quality divine weapon that he had obtained in the desolate god mausoleum of the heaven region not long ago. Below Saint Artifacts, it could be said to be invincible. The moment it was unleashed, the might of the sword was terrifying, sending the three extremely powerful Wuxin demons flying. One of them even had an arm directly shattered. Such a scene caused all the cultivators to be unable to refrain from gasping, and all of them were shocked by this sword might. Clang! The sword hummed. Lin Tian controlled the stone sword with his mind. He activated the Ling Tian sword manual and swept away a ray of sword light. This ray of sword light was very bright. In an instant, it landed on the black barrier that enveloped the stone room. Immediately, the black barrier was shattered, and the stone room was connected to the outside world again. "Let's go," he said to the cultivators in the stone room. Immediately, the cultivators in the stone room trembled, and each of them revealed a surprised expression. Now, the black barrier formed by the Inchi of Death was shattered by Lin Tian. They could leave now. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I will never forget the favor of saving my life. When we get out, I will definitely set up a longevity tablet for you." The cultivators bowed deeply to Lin Tian and thanked him profusely. Then they rushed out of the stone room. Roar! A fierce roar resounded. One of the three rotting corpses stared at the cultivators who rushed out of the stone room. It spat out corpse poison from its mouth and pounced forward ferociously. However, at this moment, the ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out again. Lin Tian grabbed the stone sword beside him and directly used the Ling Tian 3 styles. A sharp ray of sword light appeared. In a flash, it jumped and appeared in front of the rotting corpse in the blink of an eye. It went straight into the corpse's open mouth. With a puff, black blood splattered and spilled all over the ground. This time, Lin Tian used the Ling Tian 3 styles, a high-grade divine weapon, to activate the Ling Tian 3 styles. Its killing power was naturally very terrifying. It directly chopped the rotting corpse into pieces and completely disappeared. "Fellow Taoist is mighty. Fellow Taoist, take care. Thank you, fellow Taoist." The cultivators ran out of the stone room and thanked Lin Tiandao continuously. In the blink of an eye, The cultivators in the stone room all ran away. Only Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, Yi Tong, and Yao Ming remained. Roar! Roar! Two ferocious roars rang out. The last two rotting corpses roared wildly. The aura on their bodies became even more ferocious, like that of wild beasts. With two swooshing sounds, the two rotting corpses stared at Lin Tian. They spat out corpse poison from their mouths and charged at him again. Lin Tian shook the stone, sword in his hand. The Ling Tian 1 sword and the Ling Tian 3 styles were used one after another, enveloping the two rotting corpses. Puff! Puff! Two black blood mists exploded. The last two rotting corpses were also completely destroyed. For a moment, the stone room was filled with black and red blood stains. It was somewhat horrifying. Yao Ming stared at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble. More than 40 Wuxin demon gods were actually killed so easily. Lin Tian's expression was calm. With a wave of his right hand, he put away the stone sword. Others might think that it was very easy for him to kill the rotting corpses. It was as if he had just raised his hand and swung the sword. However, that wasn't the case. From the beginning until now, he had used at least 70% of his battle strength in every attack. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill the Wuxin demon god level rotting corpses so easily, especially when he was dealing with the last 3 extremely powerful demon gods. He had already used 90% of his battle strength. Of course, there was no need for him to say such things out loud. Let's go. He held little Yi Tong's hand and walked to the end of the stone room where the stone door was difficult to open. He looked at it quietly. As far as the eye could see, this stone door didn't only have diagrams of birds and beasts. There were also imprints of mountains and rivers. It was very vast. Yao Ming stared at the stone door. Suddenly, her expression changed. She revealed a strange expression. This is a refined stone. It is very tough. Ordinary great Tao experts wouldn't be able to break it. Also, there seems to be a very powerful Tao energy intertwining on this stone door. When the two are combined, I reckon that even ordinary Wuxin experts would have a hard time opening it. Lin Tian naturally saw this. However, he didn't care. He took a step forward, and a faint light lingered on his right hand. His movements were very simple. He raised his right hand and, using the primal Chaos Emperor's fist, directly punched the stone door in front of him. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the stone door. They spread out in all directions like a spider web. Yao Ming was shocked again. This kind of sturdy stone door was intertwined with a terrifying Tao energy. Ordinary Wuxin experts would have a hard time opening it. However, Lin Tianyi's fist had actually shattered it. Little girl, don't be shocked. At close range, if he brandished some kind of divine fist, even someone at the 5th heavenly layer of Wuxin would be easily shattered by him if the other party didn't resist. Wuxing Crocodile said. Yao Ming was shocked again. Her face was full of disbelief. Lin Tian glanced at Wuxing Crocodile and then looked at Yao Ming. Why are you still here? Yao Ming put away the shock on her face and said, I just want to see what's behind the stone door. I won't fight with you, and I can't win against you. Lin Tian glanced at her and didn't say anything. He lightly knocked on the stone door. Suddenly, the stone door, which was already full of cracks, collapsed, splashing up sand and dust. As far as the eye could see, there was another stone room behind the stone door. It was still very spacious, and there was a stone coffin in the middle. The rest of the room was filled with piles of precious items. There were precious weapons, precious medicines, precious pills, and jade slips with divine abilities. So many treasures. Yao Ming was slightly shocked. She casually saw a large blade with intertwining cold light. It was a mid-grade divine weapon. In other places, she saw other precious artifacts. Among them, there were several divine weapons. Very expensive. Wuxing Crocodile laughed. After flapping its wings and entering the stone door, It didn't hold back and directly grabbed a large amount of treasures. Among them, there was a mid-grade divine weapon, 3 low-grade divine weapons, and some other precious medicines and divine materials for refining artifacts. Lin Tian made his move as well, collecting the treasures piled up in the surroundings. He obtained 3 middle-grade divine weapons and 5 low-grade divine weapons. There were also quite a number of Dao, soldier-level, treasured weapons. Moreover, he also took many secret books of divine abilities. Among them, many were very powerful. There were even some secret techniques that had been lost for a long time. They were extremely extraordinary. The tomb owner was really extraordinary when he was alive. His collection is really rich. Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue and said. Yao Ming stood aside and stared at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile collecting the treasures. She couldn't help but feel a little envious. However, she was, after all, the successor of one of the top forces in this heaven domain. She quickly calmed down and just watched quietly. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed more treasures. He put them into the stone ring one by one. Then, after a dozen breaths, he grabbed a transparent pill bottle. There was a 3-colored pill inside, which made him slightly shocked. True acting divine pill. A light flashed in his eyes. He recognized this 3-colored pill. Wuxing Crocodile and Yao Ming heard his voice and were immediately moved. The true acting divine pill is the kind of immortal pill that can allow a cultivator to directly enter the true comprehension realm from the half-step comprehension realm. Yao Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 9, 67. As the descendant of the Yao family, one of the top forces in the 6th heaven, Yao Ming has naturally heard of the divine play pill. At this moment, when she heard Lin Tian mention these 4 words, her eyes were full of surprise. Yes, Lin Tian nodded. He has the medicine master's medicine book, and there are very few Baodan in the world that he doesn't know. At a glance, he could tell that the 3-colored pill in the transparent medicine bottle is the divine play pill. This divine pill can allow a cultivator to directly enter the enlightenment realm from the half-step enlightenment realm without any side effects. Good stuff! Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up, but it soon curled its lips because there is only one such divine play pill in this place. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a faint light as he carefully put away the Baodan. After entering this great tomb, only this divine play pill is of great use to him. A good harvest! He smiled. He is now in the 9th layer of the great Tao, and after one more step he will enter the half-step enlightenment realm. At that time, after taking this divine play pill and refining it seriously, he will be able to enter the enlightenment realm in one fell swoop, completing another great transformation in cultivation. Yao Ming stared at him, putting away the divine play pill, and she couldn't help but feel a trace of envy. Such a Baodan, even her Yao family, can't take out such a priceless treasure. You can take anything you want. Lin Tian said to her, No need. Yao Ming shook her head. Her life was saved by Lin Tian, and she didn't do anything after that. How can she take anything here? Seeing that she didn't want it, Lin Tian didn't say much and put away the other treasures in this tomb one by one. On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile was naturally also taking action. It waved its big claws, grabbing treasures one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed, and all the treasures in this tomb were collected by them. There are so many treasures. Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue. In total, he obtained 7 sex divine weapons, several dozen Dao weapons, as well as some precious medicines and divine materials. Meanwhile, Lin Tian obtained even more, obtaining 11 divine weapons, more than 100 Dao weapons, more than 100 divine abilities, and other things. This was especially the case with that reality developing pill, its significance and value extremely great. This could be considered their greatest harvest after entering this great tomb this time. At this time, it stared at the coffin in the middle of the stone room. This is the only coffin left. There was a stone coffin in the middle of the stone chamber. It was made of refined stone and was engraved with dense Tao patterns. Lin Tian looked at the sarcophagus and raised his right hand slightly. He used his divine power to lift the lid of the sarcophagus, revealing a small gap. Immediately, an extremely strong stench of decay rushed out. It was extremely unpleasant. "All that's left is bone dust. There's nothing else," he said. After lifting the lid of the sarcophagus by a small gap, he could clearly see what was inside. He waved his right hand slightly and closed the lid. Wuxing Crocodile pursed its lips, slightly disappointed. It originally wanted to find even better things in the tomb's owner's coffin. "Let's go out," Lin Tian said again. After entering this great tomb, they had already collected all the useful things. There was no need to stay in this place anymore. Immediately, he held little Yi Tong's hand and walked out of the tomb. Wuxing Crocodile flapped its wings and followed behind. Yao Ming also walked out together, following the path they came from. The group walked smoothly. It didn't take long for them to leave the great tomb and appear in the ruins outside. At a glance, they could see the crimson earth, and even further away there were mountains. Lin Tian didn't stay in this space any longer. He brought little Yi Tong back the way they came, and Yao Ming also followed them. Not long after, they left the ruins, broke through the large river, and reappeared in the outside world. "Let's part here. We should meet again in the future," he said to Yao Ming. He controlled the Yao family's weapon-controlling art. After he entered the Enlightenment realm, he planned to go to the Yao family and explain this matter clearly. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Yao family, but the weapon-controlling art did belong to the Yao family. He should go and explain. Yao Ming looked at Lin Tian suspiciously, but she didn't ask much. She once again thanked Lin Tian for saving her life. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He calmly glanced at Yao Ming, then held little Yi Tong's hand and walked away. Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue and followed. Soon, the two people and the crocodile walked far away. "I feel that something is strange." Yao Ming stared at Lin Tian's back as he walked away, a strange expression on her face. "Forget it. Let's go home." She shook her head and soared into the sky, heading back to the Yao family. After leaving the river, Lin Tian held little Yi Tong's hand and walked. They didn't walk very fast, as if they were simply taking a stroll. Little Yi Tong walked beside Lin Tian. She seemed very quiet and occasionally raised her head to look at the northern part of the heaven domain. "What's wrong?" Lin Tian naturally noticed that the little guy was looking at the northern part. That was where the Yi family was established. Yi Tong stammered, her eyes becoming a little wet. "Daddy and Mommy's ashes and tomb are in my old home." After walking through a large tomb, the little guy started to miss her deceased parents again. She couldn't help but feel sad again. Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head, feeling a little sorry for her. "It's okay. Master will bring you to get them back," he said. Golden divine light spread out from his body. He used this divine light to wrap little Yi Tong and flew towards the Yi family. Wuxing Crocodile flapped its 5-colored wings and followed them. Not long after, the two people and one crocodile appeared in front of a huge mansion. They could see many pavilions inside. It was the Yi family. As usual, there were several Yi family disciples standing guard outside the Yi family's courtyard. Each of them held a long spear in their hands. Lin Tian brought Yi Tong back and walked towards the Yi family. The Yi family disciples standing guard outside noticed someone approaching and were about to step forward to ask. However, their expressions quickly changed when they saw that it was Lin Tian, little Yi Tong, and Wuxing Crocodile. "Young master." The Yi family disciples were happy to see little Yi Tong. Then they noticed Yi Tong's bright eyes. "Young master, your eyes." A few days ago, Yi Tong's eyes had been gouged out. The ordinary disciples of the Yi family all knew about this. Now that they saw Yi Tong's eyes again and that they were even brighter than before, They couldn't help but be surprised and happy. However, in the next moment, the Yi family disciples couldn't help but tremble. They all noticed Lin Tian, who was holding Yi Tong's hand. Staring at Lin Tian, the Yi family disciples were speechless. During this period of time, they had heard too many rumors about Lin Tian, especially about how he had disintegrated the True Moon Immortal cult. Their faces were filled with fear and respect. I want to go in with Master to retrieve Father and Mother's ashes. Is that okay? Little Yi Tong spoke at this moment. Her little face looked sad. The expressions of the disciples of the Yi clan instantly dimmed slightly when they heard this. Many amongst them had received kindness from Yi Tong's parents in the past. Soon, the Yi family disciples regained their senses and hurriedly stepped aside. Young Master, please come in. The Yi family disciples loved and respected the 5-year-old Yi Tong from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you, little Yi Tong said, raising his head to look at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. He pulled the little girl and walked straight into the Yi family. Whooshing crocodile harumphed. Clearly he didn't like this place. The spiritual energy in the Yi family was extraordinary. There were many pavilions and buildings. There were also many strange stones and immortal plants. It was an extraordinary sight. Lin Tian led little Yi Tong into the Yi family. Very soon, they attracted the attention of the entire Yi family. The Yi family's patriarch and the grand elders all walked out. Little Tong, the Yi family's patriarch, called out. When he saw Yi Tong's eyes brighten, he realized that this was Yi Tong's own sun god eyes. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. Beside him, the Yi family's grand elders couldn't help but tremble. Naturally, they also saw this. Yi Tong's sun god eyes had been reconnected. Furthermore, they were even more powerful than before. It seemed like they could see through everything. This made them involuntarily look at Lin Tian next to Yi Tong. Then, they couldn't help but tremble again. They had heard of Lin Tian's destruction of the True Moon Immortal sect. They were the ones who knew best why Lin Tian wanted to destroy the True Moon Immortal sect. Lin Tian charged into the True Moon Immortal sect alone and really took back the sun god eyes that Yi Tong had brought to the True Moon Immortal sect. Moreover, he reconnected the sun god eyes for Yi Tong in perfect condition. Lin Tian was even stronger than before. This level of strength shocked them. Great Patriarch, Grand Patriarch, Second Patriarch, Third Patriarch, Fourth Patriarch, Fifth Patriarch. Little Yi Tong called out the Yi family's ancestors, one by one. Whooshing crocodile snorted again, thinking that these people weren't worthy of the little guy's respect. It didn't forget that when it came to the Yi family with Lin Tian, the little guy who lost its parents and eyes was left alone in a cold little room by the Yi family. Meanwhile, the one who took the sun god eyes was protected by a group of people. Moreover, after knowing the truth, they all stopped Lin Tian from taking the sun god eyes back for the little guy. They were worried that the sun god eyes would be damaged after being taken out of Yi Huaxing's body. They only cared about the sun god eyes and didn't care about the little guy at all. Lin Tian clearly didn't like these people. He naturally didn't forget what Whooshing Crocodile remembered. I'll bring him back and take away Yi Qing and Qin Lin's ashes. His expression was indifferent. That was all he said. After saying that, he didn't pay any attention to the Yi family's ancestors and the others. With a sweep of his powerful divine sense, he found the location of Yi Qing and Qin Lin's graves. They were buried in a small forest in the deepest part of the Yi family. He pulled little Yi Tong and walked towards the small forest. Soon, they appeared in front of Yi Qing and Qin Lin's graves. The couple was buried together. There was only one grave. It wasn't simple, nor was it luxurious. It was surrounded by lush trees. When little Yi Tong saw her parents' graves again, she couldn't help but cry. Soon her whole face was wet. "Daddy, Mommy." The little guy cried, heartbroken. Then he slowly dug the soil behind the tombstone with his little hands. Chapter 968. Yitong wept. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, dripping onto the ground. Her bare hands dug out the soil on her parents' coffins bit by bit. Her hands soon became very dirty, and her clothes were also covered in dirt. Moreover, because she was too sad, she didn't circulate her inner energy or physical strength. Her hands were soon injured, and blood flowed out. Lin Tian stood silently to the side, watching quietly. The Yi family's patriarch and the others soon arrived. Seeing little Yitong in such a state, they couldn't help but feel sad. They all quickly walked towards her. "Back off," Lin Tianling calmly said. The Yi family's patriarch and the others immediately stopped in their tracks. The Yi family's patriarch said, "We only want to help her." "There's no need." Lin Tiandao. He stood quietly in place, not allowing the Yi family's patriarch and the others to step forward. He didn't help either. He only watched as little Yi Tong dug out the soil on Yi Qing and Qin Lin's coffins. His heart ached for his disciple, but Yi Tong's parents were in the tomb. If she wanted to retrieve her parents' ashes and dig out the soil, she should do it herself. This was filial piety. The Yi family's patriarch wanted to say something, but he couldn't find anything to say. He just stood there. "Daddy, Mommy." Little Yi Tong wept. Her little hands were stained with blood as she dug out the soil. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. Little Yi Tong's hands were stained with even more blood. She finally dug out the soil completely, revealing a green wooden coffin. Sob. I haven't grown up yet. I still want to be loved by Daddy and Mommy just like before." Sob. The little girl lay on top of the coffin and cried, her body twitching. Lin Tian stood to the side. He didn't go forward to comfort her. He just silently watched her. Wuxing Crocodile also didn't go forward. He just watched quietly. The Yi family's patriarch and the others wanted to go forward, but when they saw Lin Tianling's indifferent gaze, they didn't dare to do so. "Woo!" Little Yi Tong wept. Another hour passed before she finally used all her strength to circulate the Sun Heart Sutra passed down by Lin Tian. She slowly opened the lid of the green wooden coffin. The Yi family's patriarch and the others couldn't help but be shocked by this scene. The lid of the green wooden coffin weighed several hundred kilograms, but the 5-year-old little Yitong was actually able to open it effortlessly, shocking them all. It was also at this time that they discovered that little Yitong's cultivation had already reached the sea of consciousness realm. Their eyes were filled with shock. Under normal circumstances, a 5-year-old child wouldn't even be able to truly embark on the path of cultivation. But now, the 5-year-old little Yitong had actually reached the sea of consciousness realm. She was even stronger than some of the younger disciples in their family. They couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. They couldn't help but tremble. They didn't need to think to know that all of this was because of Lin Tian. Lin Tian must have done something special on little Yi Tong's body and meridians. Otherwise, the 5-year-old little Yi Tong definitely wouldn't have been able to reach the sea of consciousness realm. She wouldn't have been able to withstand such a high level of cultivation. They were shocked. Lin Tian wasn't just powerful in battle. He also possessed other shocking techniques. "Daddy, Mommy." Little Yi Tong's cries didn't stop. She picked up Yi Qing and Qin Lin's urn of ashes from the coffin and hugged it to her chest like a precious treasure. Tears dripped down her cheeks. Hearing these cries, the Yi family's patriarch and the others recovered from their shock at Lin Tian. When they looked at little Yi Tong, their expressions were gloomy. None of them felt good. At this time, Lin Tian moved. He slowly walked in front of little Yi Tong. "Master." Little Yi Tong looked up at Lin Tian, her face streaked with tears. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just rubbed the little girl's head. "Let's go," he said to little Yi Tong. Little Yi Tong nodded with tears streaming down her face. She paused, put down her parents' urn of ashes, and looked at the Yi family's patriarch and the others. facing the Yi family's patriarch and the others. The little girl knelt down and kowtowed to them. Patriarch, great-grandfather, second grandfather, third grandfather, ninth grandfather, little Tong will leave now. In the future, I will come back to see you. The Yi family's patriarch and the others trembled. When they saw little Yi Tong like this, their eyes became wet and tears streamed down their cheeks. Good child! Good child! The Yi family's patriarch stepped forward and personally helped little Yi Tong up. We have let you down. We have let your parents down. The Yi family's patriarch wept. When he thought about how obedient, sensible, and filial little Yi Tong was, and what had happened to her in the Yi family not too long ago, he felt his heart ache and regret. The little fellow in front of him was his closest descendant, yet he had suffered such a great calamity in his own clan. At that time, they only thought about the sun god's eye and did not consider the feelings of the little fellow. They had deeply hurt the little fellow. The Yi family's grand elders also stepped forward. Some of them wiped their tears and looked at the little girl with guilt. Humph! Whooshing Crocodile stared at them and sneered. He clearly didn't have a good impression of the Yi family. Lin Tian stood to one side with a calm expression as he waited for little Yi Tong. Little Yi Tong bowed to the Yi family's patriarch and the others. Then she carefully picked up the urn containing her parents' ashes and walked over to Lin Tian with tears in her eyes. She called out, "Master." Lin Tian nodded and led the little girl out of the Yi family. Little brother. The Yi family's patriarch called out to Lin Tian and said in a trembling voice, "Little Tong, we'll have to trouble you from now on." The Yi family's patriarch knew that even though Yi Tong was a direct descendant of the Yi family, it was impossible for Lin Tian to return little Yi Tong to the Yi family. Besides, with her parents gone, little Yi Tong probably didn't want to stay with the Yi family. More importantly, they really didn't have the face to ask the little girl to stay at a time like this. I will naturally take good care of my disciple. There's no need for you to say anything else. Lin Tian's voice was cold and indifferent. A faint golden light rushed out of his body and enveloped little Yi Tong. Then he rose into the air and headed out of the Yi family. Whooshing Crocodile snorted and flapped its 5-colored wings to catch up. In the blink of an eye, the two of them and the crocodile were already far away. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. The Yi family's patriarch looked in the direction that Lin Tian had left with little Yi Tong. Tears streamed down his face, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian led little Yi Tong away from the Yi family. Not long after, they traveled quite a distance and landed on a small hill. Little Yi Tong hugged the urn containing her parents' ashes and wept. She looked very sad. Master is still here. Lin Tian Ondao. Golden light radiated from his body and enveloped little Yi Tong's hands. Soon, the wounds on her hands were healed. At the same time, he used his divine power to wipe away all the dirt and dirt on her clothes. Then he waved his right hand and a stone ring appeared. There were at least a few hundred cubic meters inside. He put it on little Yi Tong and used his divine sense to imprint the method of using the stone ring into her mind. Put the urn into the stone ring. Don't be careful and break it, he said to little Yi Tong. Little Yi Tong choked with sobs and nodded. She wiped away the tears on her face and used her divine sense to put away the urn containing her parents' ashes. Master. She raised her head and looked at Lin Tian. She was very sad. It will pass. Lin Tian rubbed the little girl's head. Master will take you around. He took little Yi Tong to walk in the small mountain forest on foot. He took the little girl to see the mountains, the water, the grass, the trees, the rivers, the clouds, the birds, and the birds. He was trying to dilute the little girl's sadness and at the same time train his own state of mind. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. In these 2 months, he took little Yi Tong to many places and saw many sights. In the beginning, the little girl would take out her parents' urn from time to time and cry. Then, as time passed, the little girl became much better. Gradually, she walked out of the pain of losing her parents. Sometimes, Whooshing Crocodile would tease her and she would smile. "Uncle Crocodile, you're flying so high." Little Yi Tong's clear voice came from high up in the sky. Whooshing Crocodile carried her and flew a few hundred feet into the sky. Lin Tian stood in the distance and saw that little Yi Tong was becoming more and more cheerful. She was gradually regaining her former personality. He could not help but smile. "Time can dilute everything," he whispered. A gentle breeze swept past and rolled up the black hair in front of his forehead. His eyes became very peaceful, but they were also somewhat deep. In these 2 months, he took the little girl to many places and saw many things. This allowed the little girl to gradually walk out of the pain of losing her parents. At the same time, his state of mind became more and more peaceful. The aura outside his body became more and more inward. When he stood quietly, almost no one could tell that he was a powerful cultivator of the Great Path. Facing Whooshing Crocodile, who was carrying little Yi Tong, he smiled and walked up to it. He called out to the girl and Crocodile to go somewhere else. After that, he did not do anything else. He continued to take little Yi Tong to see the scenery. They were almost always walking. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. At this time, Yi Tong had truly walked out of the pain of losing her parents. She became the same as before. There was always a smile on her little face. It was also on this day that Lin Tian took the little girl into a lush forest. The demonic aura was very strong. There were many powerful monsters walking through the forest. The weakest one was comparable to the Sea of Consciousness realm. There were also many great monsters in the airborne realm. "Let's go to battle." He brought the little girl here. Golden divine light surged and wrapped the little girl. He directly threw her into the group of monsters. Although he loved the little girl, he would not spoil her too much. Since she was his disciple, she was destined to live for battle. On the path of cultivation, he would only treat her strictly. Now 3 months had passed. The little girl had walked out of the pain of losing her parents. She could begin to truly move forward on the path of cultivation. She needed to start fighting. Roar! Roar! In the old forest, many monsters saw little Yi Tong appear in their field of vision. They immediately roared, and all of them pounced on her. For these monsters, at this time, little Yi Tong was obviously their food. Little Yi Tong was a little scared at first, but she soon became fearless. She knew that Lin Tian was tempering her cultivation. She did not make a fuss. She laboriously channeled the Heart Sutra of the Sun and faced the monsters that pounced on her with her bare hands. "Kid, you didn't even teach her the simplest of martial arts techniques. You didn't even give her a weapon. Is this really okay?" Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes and said. Lin Tian was very calm. The Eye of the Sun is her most powerful technique and weapon. Let her get used to the divine Eye of the Sun for the time being. When she reaches the airborne realm, she should be able to fully master the Eye of the Sun. By then, she should be able to cultivate the secret arts of the magic. Whooshing Crocodile thought about it and could not help but nod. Well, it makes sense to cultivate oneself first. Roar! In front, the monsters roared and pounced on little Yi Tong one by one. All of them were ferocious. Little Yi Tong only cultivated the Heart Sutra of the Sun and the Nirvana of the Sun. She did not know anything about offensive martial arts, defensive movement techniques, or secret arts of the magic. She could only fight with the monsters barehanded. She kept getting injured from the beginning. If it were not for her physique comparable to that of an airborne realm expert, her cultivation of the Sea of Consciousness realm, and the Nirvana of the Sun protecting her body, she would have been lying on the ground. However, the little guy knew that Lin Tian was tempering her cultivation. She was very strong. She did not cry out when she was injured and bleeding. She gritted her teeth and fought. Gradually, the little guy's eyes became brighter and brighter. The divine Eye of the Sun was opened, and the situation was improved. The battle became smoother and smoother. From time to time, she would overturn the monsters. Not bad. Whooshing Crocodile could not help but praise in the distance. Lin Tian stood to the side, watching little Yi Tong fight with the monsters. The battle was getting smoother and smoother. Light gradually intertwined in his calm eyes. Thinking about it, I can cultivate that technique, the divine eye of the illusion breaker. Chapter 969. The Delusion Breaker Divine Eyes was the most profound and quintessential divine art recorded in the Dragon Burial Scripture. Once one cultivated this pair of divine eyes, one would be able to see through many major forces in the world. One would be able to see the number of spirit veins and immortal veins under a piece of land. Moreover, this pair of eyes could see through many other things. For example, there were some powerful transformation techniques in heaven and earth. After cultivation, one could change their true appearance into other things. Divine perception could not see through them, but the delusion breaker eyes could. Moreover, in some special places, divine perception would be suppressed. However, the delusion breaker eyes could not be suppressed. They could see through many mysterious mists. Moreover, cultivating the eyes of Delusion Breaker had a marvelous effect in battle. They could see through the changes of many techniques and could even predict the opponent's next move with this pair of eyes. From there, they could react in advance. It was very shocking. When Lin Tian first obtained the Dragon Burial Scripture, he wanted to cultivate this technique. However, this technique's requirements were too high. If one cultivated it forcefully without sufficient cultivation, they would only suffer a backlash. Therefore, Lin Tianyi did not cultivate this precious technique. Until now, when he came into contact with little Yi Tong's divine sun eyes, he began to think that he could cultivate the delusion breaker eyes. Look after Yi Tong and protect her. Of course, don't do anything before she is in a life or death situation, he said to the whooshing crocodile. He took a step back and retreated to a huge old tree. He sat down cross-legged. The whooshing crocodile was a little suspicious. As he watched little Yi Tong's battle, he looked at Lin Tian. What are you doing? Cultivating. Lin Tian Dao. When he came here, he had already used his divine perception to scan the vicinity of the forest. He found that very few cultivators came here. Moreover, the strongest demon beasts in the forest were only at the immortal realm. They were not very strong. With the whooshing crocodile here, it was enough to deal with them. He cultivated the delusion breaker eyes here and did not need to worry about anything. Sitting cross-legged on the old tree, birds and beasts chirped around him. He did not say anything to the whooshing crocodile. He closed his eyes. Buzz! Faint golden divine light intertwined as the blood in his body began to boil. Strands of blood gushed toward his eyes. Immediately after, the Tao law manifested outside his body. It gradually moved upwards and entered his eyes through the gaps between his closed eyes. After that, he began to circulate the Dragon Burial Scripture to the strongest level in history. Strands of dragon patterns appeared and surrounded his body. Then they began to surge upward and entered his eyes along with the great Tao. Illusionary heaven and earth. Eyes break all spells. He whispered in his heart. The divine eye of Delusion Breaker was a super divine ability. It could also be called a human body treasury. It was a divine ability that was released through special means from the endless potential sealed in the deepest part of one's flesh and blood. Now his cultivation was to use his own blood chi, the laws of Tao, and the dragon markings to open this human body treasury, and then cultivate the divine eye of Delusion Breaker. Using powerful blood chi to attack his eyes, and using the laws of Tao to nourish and temper it, the potential contained in the human body's eyes could be released without limit. It was like trying to expand a small space of 100 cubic meters into a large space of 1,000 cubic meters. Then, using special means to refine the dragon markings into the eyes that would release even more potential. This was the cultivation of the divine eye of delusion. This cultivation process seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult and dangerous. A single mistake could cause a terrifying Dao injury. It could even lead to the permanent destruction of one's eyes. One's body would not be able to heal, and external forces would not be able to heal it. Buzz. Strands of divine light, laws of Tao, and dragon markings intertwined outside his body, making him appear illusory and hazy. Lin Tian appeared to be very quiet. His divine consciousness was completely immersed in his body. He mobilized his blood qi and the laws of Tao to gather in his eyes. At the same time, the dragon markings surged as he carefully cultivated according to the cultivation method recorded in the dragon burial scripture. Buzz. Golden divine light surged outside his body. It jumped from time to time. The light of the laws of Tao and the dragon markings intertwined. Just like that, time passed by minute. Yi Tong was still fighting at the front, fighting with many monsters. She gradually entered the best state of the battle, and the battle became smoother and smoother. The whooshing crocodile looked in Yi Tong's direction and nodded slightly. Then it looked at Lin Tian, who was cultivating at the side. This guy, what kind of technique is he cultivating? Why are the laws of Tao and dragon markings all gathering in his eyes? It muttered, a little puzzled. However, although it was a little puzzled, it quietly stood guard at the side. Its divine consciousness covered all the space within a radius of 1,000 feet. Once there was any special movement within a radius of 1,000 feet, it would be able to sense it at the first moment. Time continued to pass. Gradually, the sky darkened. Stars appeared in the sky, sprinkling the sky with silver light. Little Yi Tong was still fighting not far away. Until now, there were already dozens of monsters lying on the ground. Among them, there was even a great monster in the early stage of the flight realm. It was beaten to the ground by the little guy's fist and could not stand up. At the same time, on the thick branches of the old tree in the distance, the golden divine light outside Lin Tian's body became denser. The laws of Tao and dragon markings became more powerful, emitting rays of bright light, illuminating his surroundings. He used his blood qi and the laws of Tao to attack his eyes, tempering them, making his eyes brighter. He used his strongest strength to let his eyes release their potential. At the same time, he completely surrounded his eyes with dragon markings, refining them bit by bit. Soon, the stars disappeared, and the sun slowly rose in the east. A new day had begun, and the morning sunlight was very charming. The gentle rays of light scattered on this boundless land, causing people to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. He's still cultivating. Whooshing crocodile looked at Lin Tian and could not help but curl its lips. It glanced at little Yi Tong, who was still fighting not far away. Seeing that the little guy still had energy, it did not let the little guy stop. Instead, it looked at Lin Tian and protected Lin Tian. Its divine consciousness was still covering all the space within a radius of 1,000 feet. Soon, the sun rose in the east, rising higher into the sky. It was noon of the day. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. His eyes contained an amazing divine light, and there were strands of dragon markings intertwined on his eyes. Whooshing crocodile could not help but be shocked. It had seen the light of dragon markings in Lin Tian's eyes before, but this time it was obviously different from before. At this time, the dragon markings in Lin Tian's eyes seemed to be engraved on his pupils. Moreover, the divine light emitted from Lin Tian's eyes was too unusual, making it suddenly feel a chill down its spine. "What are you doing?" It could not help but ask. At this moment, it acutely sensed that Lin Tian's eyes were different from before, and it made its heart palpitate slightly. Lin Tian did not speak. Although his eyes were open, his eyelids were trembling slightly, as if he had encountered some big trouble. Divine light intertwined in his eyes, and the dragon markings flickered, making one's heart tremble. However, after that, it gradually became a little chaotic, as if a stone had suddenly been thrown into a calm lake. Everything was in a mess. Whooshing crocodile's expression changed again. It clearly sensed that Lin Tian's aura had become unstable, as if he had gone mad. It frowned, not knowing what Lin Tian was doing, and could only stand aside and guard. Soon, another 10 breaths passed. Lin Tian's aura became even more chaotic, and his essence, qi, and spirit became even more unstable. Cough! His Taoist body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of essence blood. Traces of blood also flowed down from the corner of his eyes. This shocked Wuxing Crocodile, and hurriedly moved over. Kid Lin, what exactly are you cultivating? It's fine if you're coughing up blood, but why are your eyes bleeding as well? Lin Tian shook his head and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and dried the blood from the corner of his eyes. He originally thought that although the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker were difficult to cultivate, with his current cultivation level of the 9th heaven of the Great Path, his life origin that had been upgraded twice, and his spirit that had improved by leaps and bounds, he should be able to cultivate the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker smoothly. However, when he actually cultivated it, he realized that he had been too naive. The cultivation of this pair of divine eyes of Delusion Breaker was hundreds and thousands of times more difficult than he had imagined. This was the first time he had cultivated it, and he was directly injured. His essence, qi, and spirit became chaotic. At this time, his eyes hurt as if they were being burned by a raging fire, and even his spirit was trembling. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a jade container filled with the soul-absorbing pond's water. He drank some of it, then ran the Sun Heart Sutra to refine it, allowing the power of the soul-absorbing pond's water to flow through his internal organs, stabilizing his essence, qi, and spirit. Wuxing Crocodile's face changed slightly. You suffered a Dao injury while cultivating. The soul-absorbing pond's water is very precious and rare. It can heal Dao injuries that are difficult to heal by external forces. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian drinking the soul-absorbing pond's water, it naturally guessed that Lin Tian had suffered some Dao injuries. A little. Lin Tian Dao. The impact of cultivating the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker for the first time was indeed not small. Not only was his essence, qi, and spirit damaged, but he also suffered some Dao injuries. However, fortunately, he once obtained the soul-absorbing pond's water in the 4th heaven. This kind of Dao injury that is difficult to heal was not a big problem for him. Buzz! Divine light spots surrounded his body as he ran the Sun Heart Sutra to refine the soul-absorbing pond's water. His injured essence, qi, and spirit gradually stabilized, and the Dao injuries caused by cultivating the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker also healed quickly. Wuxing Crocodile looked at him, frowning deeply, and asked, Kid, what are you cultivating? How did you get a Dao injury? Lin Tianwei paused slightly. He didn't hide anything from Wuxing Crocodile and briefly mentioned the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker. Divine eyes of Delusion Breaker? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Lord Crocodile once saw a record in an unofficial history. It said that Celestial Lord Zhang Long once fought with the great achievement of Yin Ai and Yang Ai at the same time. Although he won all of them, he also gained some enlightenment from the two. Then, in his later years, he combined his own Tao of Dragon and created a powerful eye technique. It is said that its power is unpredictable and very terrifying. It looked at Lin Tian with widened eyes. Your so-called divine eyes of Delusion Breaker, is it the eye technique created by Celestial Lord Zonglong in his later years? Is there really such a great ability in the Dragon Burial Scripture? Chapter 970. The Wuxing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian and asked. It was really a little shocked. Was there really a supreme eye technique in the Dragon Burial Scripture? Yes. Lin Tian nodded and gave an affirmative answer. This made the Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but be moved. Its face was full of surprise. No wonder when you were cultivating before, blood qi, Tao law, and dragon patterns all went to your eyes. No wonder when you open your eyes, Lord Crocodile felt some changes in your eyes, which made Lord Crocodile slightly palpitate. It turns out that you were cultivating the eye technique created by celestial, venerable dragon burial in his later years. This, it stared and said, according to the records in the unofficial history that it had seen, the eye technique created by celestial, venerable dragon burial in his later years was very terrifying. It combined the essential understanding of yin eye and yang eye. Once cultivated, it was no worse than yin eye or regular yang eye. It was a little shocked. It paused, looked up and down at Lin Tian, and asked, "Then how is your cultivation?" "It's very difficult to cultivate. I failed." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "However, I still gained a little." Although he didn't succeed in cultivating the delusion breaker divine eyes for the first time and suffered some Tao injuries, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. The potential of his eyes was more excavated. In essence, his eyes were a little stronger. With your 9th heaven of the Great Path, you can kill a cultivator of the 2nd heaven of Wujin realm. Is it very difficult to cultivate? The Wuxing crocodile was surprised. "Didn't you see me vomit blood? Didn't you know that I suffered a Tao injury?" Lin Tian Dao. The Wuxing crocodile rolled its eyes and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. "How should I say this? It's really a great technique created by celestial, venerable dragon burial in his later years. With your abnormal ability, it's actually so difficult to cultivate, and you even suffered a Tao injury. If this was given to an ordinary person, it's estimated that a half-step nirvana cultivator might be injured. It's possible." Lin Tiandao. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but the difficulty of cultivating the delusion breaker divine eyes was indeed shocking and beyond imagination. "I am Master, Uncle Croc, help." Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. In the distance, Yi Tong was covered in mud and blood. She was being chased by a 10-meter tall vicious beast and was almost swallowed several times. Lin Tian and Wuxing crocodile both tilted their heads to look over at the same time. They discovered that the 3 zhang tall ferocious beast was at the pinnacle of the Zephyr realm. With little Yi Tong's current strength, even if her Eye of the Sun was at the initial stage, it was still impossible for her to block it. Furthermore, the little fellow had already battled with the other demonic beasts for a long time. Her essence, energy, and spirit had weakened a lot, and her true essence was almost depleted. She could only flee in a sorry state. Lin Tian smiled and pointed a finger forward, sending the 3-meter tall vicious beast flying dozens of meters away. Then he stood up and, along with the Wuxing crocodile, appeared in front of little Yi Tong in a flash. "Master." Little Yi Tong grabbed Lin Tian's trousers. Her entire body was dirty, and she had a pitiful expression. Lin Tian raised his hand, and a golden divine light surged. In the blink of an eye, all the mud and dirt on little Yi Tong's body were wiped away by his divine power. At the same time, the injuries on little Yi Tong's body were healed in an instant. For a moment, the little fellow's essence, energy, and spirit suddenly surged. The true essence in her body vibrated, and the space between her eyebrows lit up. With a rumble, a small hurricane swept out, and it only calmed down after dozens of breaths. This caused the little fellow to widen her eyes and clench her small hands. Then she looked at Lin Tian and said, as if she was presenting a treasure, "Master, I have reached the 2nd level of the knowledge sea." "Not bad." Lin Tian nodded with a smile and gave his approval. He looked around and found that there were many demonic beasts lying on the ground. Among them there were several great beasts, and they were all comparable to experts in the initial stage of the Zephyr realm. At the same time, there were many broken trees scattered on the ground. It could be seen that since yesterday, little Yi Tong had been working hard to fight with the demonic beasts in the vicinity and did not slack off at all. He rubbed the little fellow's head again, and then let the little fellow follow him out of the forest. After a day and night of cultivation, the little fellow was quite tired. He was going to take the little fellow for a walk and rest. At the same time, he also wanted to see more of the mountains, rivers, and plants. He felt that this should be useful for him to cultivate the delusion breaker divine eye. At that moment, he took Yi Tong out of the mountain and walked along a road, looking at everything along the way. You're not cultivating anymore? Wuxing Crocodile was a little suspicious. Lin Tian chuckled. What's that saying again? Haste makes waste. Take it slow. I will definitely cultivate it. You're quite confident. Wuxing Crocodile curled his lips. Of course. Lin Tian smiled. He took little Yi Tong and walked along the road. His steps were gentle. He looked at the nearby mountains, looked at the surrounding vegetation, and even occasionally squatted down to watch the ants moving food in the haystack. His expression was very calm, and his eyes became more and more peaceful. Master, eat the fruit. Little Yi Tong had become as lively as before. She jumped and picked a few wild fruits from the forest, not far away. She handed one to Lin Tianyi and another to Wuxing Crocodile. Uncle Crocodile, eat it too. Lin Tian chuckled and took a bite of the fruit he got from little Yi Tong. He pulled up a piece of grass from the ground and held it in his mouth. Little Yi Tong followed suit. She also pulled up a piece of grass and held it in her mouth, exposing a large part of it. Then she pulled up another piece and handed it to Wuxing Crocodile. Uncle Crocodile, here. Wuxing Crocodile. It was a little speechless, but it still took it from the little guy's hand and held it in its mouth. For a moment, the two of them and the crocodile looked like gangsters crossing the street. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Lin Tian did nothing. He just took little Yi Tong to look at the mountains and rivers. His eyes became more peaceful. Not long after that, they walked along another road. They met a group of ordinary cultivators coming toward them. This group of cultivators immediately trembled in fear. They stared at Lin Tian with fear in their hearts and hurriedly made way for him. You really make people afraid wherever you go. TSK, TSK, you're a complete fiend. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian from the corner of its eyes. Little Yi Tong raised her head. Uncle Crocodile, Master is a good person, not a fiend. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes and didn't say anything. Lin Tian glanced at it. He didn't care about these cultivators who were afraid of him. He quietly walked past them and walked into the distance. Soon, he took little Yi Tong and walked far away. Together with Wuxing Crocodile, they gradually disappeared at the end of the road. At this time, the group of cultivators on the road finally let out sighs of relief. One by one, they exhaled. Some of them couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads. I didn't expect to meet such a ruthless person here. Really, I feel a chill down my spine when I see him. A young cultivator shrunk his neck. Lin Tian's fierce reputation was very popular recently. He had killed the holy sons of 3 sects, including the Dark Heart Sword sect. He had killed the strongest young experts of the 5 major sects, including the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate. He had killed dozens of great Tao experts, and a supreme elder of the Enlightenment realm from each of the 8 major forces. He had even single-handedly destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect. How could people not be afraid? It's strange. Recently, the Coiling Dragon, Holy Gate, the 5 major sects, and the Dark Heart Sword sect have been unusually quiet. They didn't even send an expert to kill that ruthless person. I think the 8 major forces are deeply afraid of that ruthless person. They don't dare to make a move on him. I don't think it's possible. The Dark Heart Sword sect, Crimson Rainbow Immortal sect, and Ink Feather Origin Hall might be afraid of that ruthless person. However, the 5 major sects definitely won't. After all, these 5 major sects are much stronger than the 3 major sections. They have experts of the 4th sky of Enlightenment realm. Then, why are these major forces so quiet recently? I feel that these major forces won't let this matter go, especially the 5 major sections. They must be secretly planning something. It's impossible for them to let this matter go. After all, that ruthless person killed the strongest young experts of the 5 major sections. It's equivalent to killing the holy sons of the 5 major sects, killing the next generation of sect masters of the 5 major sections. Moreover, he also killed many experts of the Great Tao and a supreme elder of the 5 major sections. If they really let this matter go, where will these major forces put their face in the future? This group of cultivators discussed in low voices as they walked away. Lin Tian had already brought little Yi Tong far away. He entered a large forest with the whooshing crocodile. The air in the forest was very good. The spiritual energy was very good, and the grass and trees were very lush. He brought the little guy to the mountains, looking at the grass, trees, birds, and beasts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, he entered another mountain filled with demonic beasts. Just like a few days ago, he let the little guy fight. Little Yi Tong was very obedient. Although she would get hurt and hurt in the battle, she was not afraid at all. Soon, she was fighting with some demonic beasts of the spiritual sea realm in the forest. Golden vital essence spread on the surface of her body. Her little fists were very powerful. Lin Tian chuckled. His footsteps shook slightly. He sat down cross-legged on the branch of a large tree not far away. He was ready to cultivate the delusion breaker divine eye for the second time. Compared to the last time he cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye, he was much more cautious this time. In the process of entering this mountain, he had already set up 7 sealing formations and 7 immortal thunder-killing formations. He did not have to worry about being disturbed. "I'll leave the little guy and me to you," he said to the whooshing crocodile. The whooshing crocodile curled his lips. "Don't worry." Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Then he closed his eyes. The blood qi in his body immediately mobilized and gathered in his eyes. At the same time, the great Tao precepts also surged together, intertwining with strands of divine light and slowly entering his eyes. Buzz! For a moment, the divine light outside his body boiled. His essence, qi, and spirit surged, jumping like wisps of flames. His expression was calm. As the blood qi and the great Tao precepts kept converging in his eyes, the dragon burial scripture also operated at the same time. The dragon patterns intertwined like chains and like many true dragons, poured in together with the great Tao precepts. For a moment, even though he closed his eyes, there was still a shocking divine light gushing out through the gaps between his upper and lower eyelids.